this meeting to order with the City of Daly City regular council meeting on Monday, September 27th. At this time, maybe I'll rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Now may we have roll call, please.
Roll. Mr. Buenaventura.
Present.
Dr. Rod.
Present.
Ms. Di Giovanni.
Present.
Mr. Sylvester.
Glenn Sylvester, present.
Ms. Manalo.
Present. Thank you very much. Now moving on to the approval of the agenda. We have a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Do I have a second? There is no second on the agenda. I'll second the approval of the agenda at this time. And all in favor, say aye.
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 And now moving on to the consent agenda. Well, actually, the minutes, the approval of the minutes. So on Madam City Clerk, there's just a few changes in regards to, let me read it out to you. So on item resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the license agreement, it is the very last, second to last sentence where it says self-defense classes and safety kits. So it was also for safety kits. And so that just needs to be changed. But prior to that, I know we have two presentations on the line, and we will be doing the presentations prior to approving the minutes to the agenda. So let's move on to the presentations we have this evening.
Madam Mayor.
We're going to go through the presentations and then we're going to go approve the minutes.
Oh, after.
Yeah.
You know, I need something to change in the minutes.
And you have also changes, Councilmember Sylvester, or are we proceeding to the presentations? Because what I'll do is we'll have our presentations first and then we'll continue on with the minutes. So,
Yes.
for item presentation number 1, we have the DCPLA grants for Bayshore Public Library, and we have Executive Director Victoria Magbilang of the Daly City Public Library Associates. Welcome again.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present the Gordon L. King Memorial Grant on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Daly City Public Library Associates. Thanks to a generous donation by a DCPLA member, we have established this $6,000 grant which will go in its entirety to the Bayshore branch of the Daly City Public Library, where it will be used to purchase outdoor Wi-Fi and to build and diversify their starter collection of playaway launch pads for checkout. When asked why he chose the Bayshore branch in particular for his donation, the donor replied that he wanted to show the branch some extra love and that he has a grandmother who was a stalwart supporter and advocate for libraries, as they are a great way to help provide badly needed access to educational materials that may or may not be available at home or even some schools. We believe that the outdoor Wi-Fi, which will be available even when the library is closed, will greatly benefit the Bayshore community, some of whom don't have access to privately funded Wi-Fi. And the playaway launch pads can be loaded with educational material to help bridge the learning gap created by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Board of Directors of the DCPLA is proud to be able to provide support to our community through our public libraries, and we appreciate City Council's acknowledgement of the vital role that our libraries play for the citizens of Daly City, Colma, and Broadmoor Village. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Magbilang, and for your continued support to our libraries. Like we said, you know, the Daly City PLA has always been such a treasure to our community. Continuous work that you've done, and it never stops, and ensuring that our libraries get its needs through, whether it's technology or being able to provide more access to books, etc. So please extend our warm thank you to your entire board for all the work that you have done. And we are happy to have the opportunity to partner with you as always.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. At this time, if my colleagues have any comments, I see Council Member Glenn Sylvester. And then after, Vice Mayor Das Magbuwal.
Thank you very much. It's always great to hear from DCPLA, and it's definitely known that our folks out in the Bayshore, and especially the community there who utilize the libraries, are underserved. I think this could not come at a better time, and I'm kind of directing this question to the city manager. It wasn't too long ago that we received a budget presentation regarding the American CARES Act, to address the digital divide, monies can be appropriated for Wi-Fi. In addition, I know that the folks out in the Bayshore has contacted the county to see if they can assist. What I'm wondering is, now that we've received this grant, I really feel that it should not absolve the city in moving forward. And I'm hoping that we can still continue to find some funding to not offset, but to at least be applied to these areas, especially the Bayshore, for the underserved, to bring in broadband and Wi-Fi. And with those extra monies, we can perhaps do more to extend the grant we are receiving tonight to add additional services. Is that possible?
If I may just briefly answer you, Councilmember Sylvester, you have the same train of thought as staff right now on that. I don't want to steal Mr. Stolte's thunder. He and the finance director and our staff have been working kind of behind the scenes on providing an option when we move forward again in October for the Relief Act funding. That will be an option for council to consider. And Stephen, if you had anything else you wanted to add, I don't know if you've been behind the scenes on that.
I think you summed it up perfectly. We're really deep into the research right now, Councilmember Sylvester, on access points and broadband infrastructure. So we're going to have a nice update for you in October.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I think we will kill two birds with one stone, because I believe this was also part of the CAFE senior citizens for one of the areas that we were hoping to accomplish. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Das Magboal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say kudos to DCPLA and Victoria staff, and also our Daly City staff in terms of, using some of the American CARES Act to provide a sense of equity for communities that are underserved, echoing Councilmember Sylvester's comments. So thank you again for the good work that y'all are doing. As a person that was a former library board trustee, these were some of the issues that were issues back then, still now, and finding ways to bring better services to all of our communities. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Das Magboal, and I see Council Member Di Giovanni's hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as always, echoing everybody else's sentiments and gratitude, with the Bay Shore we're inching there, we're getting there, right? We got the other things. Seems like we see you every council, which is a delight, because you always have great news to deliver, that DCPLA. So heartfelt gratitude and love. And please tell everybody, if everybody's listening out there, it's only $20 to support our DCPLA. Please do it. And if you can give a little more, we understand they're tough times, but $20 goes a long way, and it goes directly to our libraries. So if you're listening, you can contact the DCPLA direct, or even our city manager, and she'll put you in contact with Victoria. And every dollar counts. So thank you very much for all your hard work. Bay Shore, I know they're so excited. And to the donor, it is a special place too. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you as always, and we will see you again. We're now moving on to proclaiming October 3rd to 9, 2021 as Fire Prevention Week. We have Deputy Fire Chief Sean Kavanagh of the North County Fire Authority. We are proclaiming Fire Prevention Week, whereas the City of Daly City and North County Fire Authority are committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living and visiting Daly City. And whereas home fires killed 2,770 people in the United States and in 2019, and according to the National Fire Protection Association, NFPA, and fire departments in the United States responded to 339,500 home fires. And whereas the majority of the US fire deaths, 3 out of 4, occur at home each year. And whereas Daly City residents should identify places in their homes where fires can start and eliminate those hazards. And whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires in half. And whereas Daly City residents should install smoke alarms in every sleeping room, outside each separate sleeping area, and on every level of the home. And whereas Daly City residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take action to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. And whereas the 2021 Fire Prevention Week theme, Learn the Sounds of Fire Safety, helps people better understand the reason smoke alarms may sound and provides the know-how to effectively address each alarm. And now, therefore, I, Jocelyn C. Manalo, Mayor, and the members of the City Council do hereby proclaim October 3 to 9 as Fire Prevention Week throughout the city. And we urge all the people of Daly City to be aware of their surroundings, look for available ways to get in an event of a fire or other emergency, respond when smoke alarm sounds by exiting the building immediately, and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of the North County Fire Authority and Emergency Services during Fire Prevention Week 2021. Signed and sealed by the Mayor and the City Council. So at this point, I will have Mr. Kavanagh, please, you have the floor.
Well, thank you once again, Mayor and council members, for recognizing Fire Prevention Week, and on behalf of North County Fire Authority and your Daly City firefighters for taking the time and recognizing the national proclamation. As once that was stated, you stated in the proclamation, the theme this year in October, which is the 3rd through the 9th of October, Fire Prevention Week, is the sounds of safety. So it's once again a good reminder to go through your home, go through your businesses, and make sure you check your smoke alarms, make sure you check all your fire detectors and also your carbon monoxide detectors. So just remember that theme, the sounds of safety, and make sure everybody does a check throughout their businesses and homes. And so once again, we do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that important work. We know that educating our community in regards to fire safety is so important, as we stated in the statistics early on, and it's really preventing those home fires. So I want to say thank you for all the work that you all have done continuously to educate our community, and also be there to respond whenever there is a fire or emergency. I think that even beyond education, our Daly City firefighters have always been there. For instance, last week, really trying to have the opportunity to connect with community, and did an event so that they can continue to provide community service beyond their duties as firefighters. And so thank you for all of you and your service, and for keeping our communities safe and teaching us about fire prevention.
Thank you, Mayor, for the kind words. Appreciate that.
I see Council Member Giovanni.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. There's not enough to say about the prevention. Would you mind telling the public if they need someone like a senior? I know that you're short-staffed to come out and check their smoke alarms.
Yeah, what we can do, council member, is they can reach
Someone
out.
that needs it.
Yeah, they can either call our business line, or they can reach out to their local fire station, whatever one is closest to them in the city. And we can come out. We have our inspectors that can come out as well if we're in, if somebody has an issue with a smoke alarm or detector, or if you even have questions, yeah, please feel free to call to make sure that, we want to make sure everybody has working detectors, and if they have questions or are curious about anything regarding the detectors at all.
Yeah, thank you, because a lot of people didn't realize that that's how far above and beyond that you guys go for service in our community.
Correct.
And with you at the North County Fire and everyone, because everybody works intermingling. We know that, especially these tough times. So I appreciate that in our Daly City firefighters, and we're going to keep it strong and keep that prevention down so we won't get so many calls, right?
Correct. It starts with prevention and education. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mayor.
Thank you. I see, is it Council Member Benaventura? Did you have a comment? No? Okay. All right. If there's no other comments from my colleagues, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Now we are moving on to the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting of September 13, 2021. Council Member Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the city clerk's office for doing the best job that you can. I know it's kind of difficult to capture everything. However, I feel that the minutes should reflect something that was very important. And that is under the paragraph for unidentified caller. In this particular case, the caller requested the resignation of all council members. However, he also made a point about the actions from 2 council members, and that is the mayor and the vice mayor, possibly racial issues. So I wish that to be reflected in the minutes and amended. Thank you.
Councilmember Di Giovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. I too thank all the ones taking the minutes. It's very difficult, but actually, my addition actually saddens me. I had to search my heart and with my parents and the remembrance of my parents and the swastikas and everything else that's done with hate, and to refer to my color of my skin at the last meeting. I sadly, with a heavy heart, have to add to the minutes of being called a white woman by Vice Mayor. And I say that with a heavy heart, with the remembrance of my mom, my dad, grandfather who was killed in the Holocaust, who also had the same color. So that really saddens me. I also would like to add to the minutes where Councilmember Sylvester asked the city manager, did the city, as a city, support this event, meaning the event of May 23rd? City manager responded, we allowed the event to take place at no charge. At least that part in there. I would like that part. Also with, I know we can't do the whole thing as well, but because I try to make the notes small and important. It's really tough, really sad. Let's give me 1 second. Final comment. When Councilmember Sylvester referred to that this was not a racial issue, when he made his final comment and statement, that he heard this issue here is not necessarily pertaining to race. So he made that comment as well. And that he also referred to the fact that speaking about someone being white, a white woman, and that he has said that he's top of the food chain, speaking about BIPOC, meaning Black. So those things really sadden me in remembrance of my parents, and who went through many things, including grandfather in the Holocaust, same color skin as mine. Thank you very much.
Is the city clerk present? I'd like to ensure that in the minutes that it was a collected effort between different organizations, such as the Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center, such as the Filipino Mental Health Initiative. That was indicated in the discussion. And what saddens me is that an event that was in response to the attacks on the AAPI community is brought forth as something that shouldn't occur on a park or Gellert Park or whatnot. And so I just wanted to indicate the organizations. We're on minutes here. It's not a debate, Councilmember Di Giovanni. And so I want to be
comment on the minutes as well, add to.
I want to be able to indicate that the collective effort of community in that manner. And it saddens me that as communities try to heal from what has transpired through COVID-19, that this is even brought forth as something, an issue. So
I'd like to add to the minutes, please.
Councilmember Di Giovanni.
Thank you very much. Yes, just to clarify for the minutes, that I did indicate that it was not concerning any other thing than having elected official, being an elected official, and that's in the video, using our title and any of our organizations, that it's a conflict of interest. So I would like that be reflected in that, and using it on May 23rd, holding an event that was free with other ones that we are not entitled, we are not allowed as elected officials to use our title or our seat or our own organization with our name on it. We can be a speaker, but we cannot have our name on organizations to support. Thank you. That was in reference to saintsandsentinels.org, which is not registered, and raised funds for the martial arts. Thank you.
For the record, I'd like to indicate that upon speaking to Attorney Zimmerman, I have documentation that she mentioned that there is no conflict of interest. And so I'd like the public to know that there is no conflict of interest per City Attorney Zimmerman and correspondence with her. Okay.
I'd like to see that in writing, City Attorney.
And so I have it written. Thank you very much. So now moving on, if there's no other changes on the minutes, seeing none. Motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes.
I have a first. Is there a second? I have a first. Is there a second? So if there is no second, then the minutes is not changed or approved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much. Now moving on to our agenda. Now moving on to our agenda, we are moving on to the consent agenda at this time. At this time, is there any items pulled for the consent agenda, or else I entertain a motion to move forward and accept the communications on the consent agenda? There's a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, thank you very much. Now moving on to our public hearings. This is item number 8, communications. Modifications to Lake Merced Golf Course at 2300 Junipero Serra Boulevard. Use permit UPR-6-21-15105. And we have Mr. Van Lukhosen from our staff to provide us with a presentation this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm using Tatum's computer. That's why it says Tatum underneath there. So I'm having a little technical difficulty. But this is a use permit for Lake Merced Golf Course modifications at 2300 University Boulevard. This item went to the Planning Commission on September 7th and was referred to the City Council for action with the recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. As we all may know, the golf course is located on the west side of Interstate 280, just adjacent to the Westlake neighborhood in the northern part of Daly City. This is an interesting historical aerial. So the golf course has actually been around for quite a while. This is showing it in 1938, and it was actually there long before that. And Interstate 280 actually runs through this area here. And so part of the golf course was actually removed to build Interstate 280. And this area is, of course, the Westlake neighborhood today. Just kind of an interesting piece of information for you. The proposal is to return 16 holes of the golf course to the original McKenzie layout. So over the years, there were some modifications to the golf course that were turning it back to the original layout. The fourth and fifth holes of the course would be converted to a location on the northern part of the property into a practice area, including a driving range. And this is a significant change, as some of you may know, an item went to the Planning Commission a couple of years back, maybe 3 years ago, where there was some netting proposed at the southerly portion of the golf course. And this was very controversial with some of the neighbors in the Broadmoor area that live adjacent to the proposed netting. And so anyway, this area, this proposal would shift the driving range to completely to the northern portion of the site, so completely away from those houses, and netting would not be required. So that's an important change. There's also construction of two new holes to replace the 2 holes converted to the practice area at the southerly end of the site, and installation of a new golf course irrigation system. What's triggering the requirement for a use permit tonight is the applicant's proposing to import more than 500 cubic yards of soil, and so that by the zoning ordinance requires the issuance of a use permit by the Planning Commission and City Council. This is a rendering of the proposed golf course concept. So this is the holes as they would be proposed. Again, the driving range in this area in the northern portion of the site. There's Westlake Apartments that abuts that in this area here. Here's a site plan, more of an engineered sort of drawing. This is just existing and proposed right next to each other. So existing aerial to the left and proposed drawing to the right. This is a photo sim of the driving range. As I indicated, the Westlake Apartments are here off to the north, and there's single family residential that align or abut the golf course on the west side of the property. This is a cut and fill diagram. It shows the council and the public what we could expect in terms of areas that would be graded in terms of soil removed and then soil added to, and areas that are red are areas of minor excavation, and the areas of blue are areas where there'd be minor buildup of dirt and turf material. There are a number of trees that are proposed for removal in the project, and there are, as a matter of mitigation, trees that are being replaced as part of the proposal. There's a detailed arborist report some of you may have seen in the packet that goes over in quite a bit amount of detail what trees are being removed and replaced. The project is proposed for phasing. All of the material that'll enter the site, all construction vehicles will enter the site, and this has been made a condition of approval at the main entrance at 2300 University. So none of the other entrances to the golf course will be required for implementation of the project. Construction will start at the northerly end and commence more southerly in direction with, of course, the last phase as all the equipment's removed, so as not to roll over what's already been done. The project will conclude at the southeast corner of the site. Grand opening is anticipated October 1st, 2022. So use permit considerations and things that have been addressed in the conditions of approval are hours of grading operation, tree replacement, protection of nesting birds, best management practice prior to starting the earth moving activities, and requirements per the stormwater treatment general permit. The project is categorically exempt from CEQA. Planning Commission's reviewed this and made a recommendation of approval. There was some amendments as outlined in the council staff report to the hours, basically making the hours of construction activity permissible with similar to those that would have been allowed on Saturday. That was a change the Planning Commission did make from the staff recommendation. And with that, I'll conclude. If there's any questions, the applicant and their team are here, as well as staff present.
Thank you very much for that presentation in regards to this item. At this point, I will entertain any questions from my colleagues. Did you mention that the project sponsor, they are here?
They are here. There's not a separate presentation that's being given by them as our staff presentation fulfills.
Okay, well, I'd like to hear from them if it's possible around kind of the impetus and driver of this.
Yeah, I can speak to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Paul Staley. I am president of the board of directors of Lake Merced Golf Club. And to answer your question, we have three objectives in pursuing this project. First, we need to replace a very old and outmoded irrigation system. It's leaking. It doesn't allow us to use our water in the most efficient manner. It should be pointed out, the bulk of the water that we use on the course is tertiary water that we receive from the city of Daly City. So that's our first objective. Second one, Michael alluded to, we wanted to create a driving range that was both safer for our members and guests, but safe for our neighbors as well. And by shifting it over from its current location, which is basically adjacent to our clubhouse, to the northern end of our property, we can have a site for a driving range where balls will not leave the property, and there is no need for very high poles and high netting, as would be the case were we to move it over to the southern fence of our property. And third and finally, we wanted to change the golfing experience for our members and for our guests. That course is fine. It just tends to play kind of tough. We wanted a course where people could have more fun, where people would have more options in terms of shots they could make. And we realized that our best way of doing that was to go back in time and reclaim a course that we lost. Just brief history. Club was formed in 1922, course opened in 1923, and that course was simply too tough. Within a couple of years, the board brought in a new architect to redesign the course. He did that. He made it much better. He also designed holes that were regarded at the time as among the best on the West Coast. That architect's name was Alistair McKenzie. I don't know how many of you are golf fans, but he is regarded as among the greatest, if not the greatest, golf course architects of all time. He designed Augusta National, where they play the Masters every year. And that was the course we had until 280 came through in the mid 60s and took out the eastern 10 acres of our property, and we had to redesign the course. So we researched this and felt, let's bring that back. And what makes us doubly excited about bringing that course back is that the architect that we've hired to lead the project, a gentleman by the name of Gil Hands, is regarded in his own right as one of the great golf course architects, excuse me, of our day. So that combination, Gil Hands bringing back an Alistair McKenzie course, is an exciting prospect, not just for our membership, but for the golf world as a whole. This is, I don't mean to overhype it, but it's kind of a big deal. So those are our three objectives. We don't want to be any bigger. We're already at full membership. We're not out to host huge PGA events. We're simply not big enough for the best male golfers in the world. We just want to have a course that is more sustainable, more efficient.
We lost you there for a little bit at the tail end.
Oh, all right. Well then, basically our objectives in terms of, redoing the course is to make it more sustainable, make it more efficient, make it safer, and make it a better playing experience. So that's what we're trying to get done here.
Thank you, Mr. Staley. You mentioned that it's probably not going to go towards like the men PGA events. Do you see a consistency of continuing to have LPGA events in the future?
That could happen. I mean, the LPGA Tour loves coming to the Bay Area. They've enjoyed our course. We have nothing lined up with them. Obviously, our course is should we get approval, will be closed all next year. But those conversations could start again. I know it always made me happy to see that crawl said Lake Merced Daly City across the bottom of the Golf Channel broadcast. So hopefully we can bring that back.
Thank you. Yes, that was pretty great to see Daly City on NBC Golf.
Yeah.
And I know that was fixed when they used to have it in state San Francisco. And we're like, actually, it's not San Francisco. You're in Daly City.
Right.
So I see a hand up from Council Member DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks to all. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for everyone at the golf course. You guys are always listening to the community. I remember before, I want to give you a compliment, before I was even on the council, where they had a lot of community members in our surrounding area, and I'm sure you remember this, and you listened to them about the Broadmoor, the Garden Village, and you really took to heart. And I can see that you really made sure that these safety guidelines were met, and the community you listened to, which I'm telling you, that is so appreciative. And that's why you're a great community partner.
Thank you.
And for that and more. So looking forward to that. And I don't know, I'm just so happy that these you listen to the community and this plan and a great design. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Looking forward to when it comes back.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Are there any other comments from my colleagues or questions at this time? I see no hands raised. So there's no questions or comments. And at this time, in regards to, now we are item number 8, the modifications to Lake Merced Golf Course. I think one thing that was really important to hear from the presentation that the time of construction was being responsive to the neighborhood surrounding the golf course. I think that's something extremely important, and being mindful of that is something where you've all worked with community members on the ground. And so at this time, I move to approve the modifications to the Lake Merced Golf Course at 2300 Junipero Boulevard, use permit UPR-6-2115-105.
Second.
I have a second by Council Member Buenaventura. At this point, we will go for a roll call vote. Madam City Clerk.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you.
also, Mr. Van Lychusen, but you are at Tatum's desk right now? Or,
Yes.
okay. I just want to make, let everyone know, you're Mr. Van Lychusen. And so now we are moving on to item number 9. Item number 9, the preliminary plan review of the proposed precise plan for the redevelopment of Ceremony Del Rey campus at 699 Boulevard. So first and foremost, I want to thank everyone who is joining this evening that will be providing input on the Ceremony Del Rey project. But let me start by sharing some of my thoughts. I want to say that I am with the teachers, understanding that we need to have more opportunities to have teachers remain here in the city of Daly City, as well as staff. And, you know, I think something that we should all celebrate together is when the community passed the bonds to create the staff housing that we have on site that has been erected and approved by the voters and also went through the city council. Something that Daly City should all be very proud of. But as a policymaker and decision maker, I would not be doing my duty if there was not more extensive conversations and a plan of action for in regards to the affordable housing plan. The site itself is 22 acres, and 22 acres for those that need some visual perspective is about over 16 American football fields. And so this project is not small. It is an opportunity for the district and the city of Daly City. But I really, I think the opportunity to meet as an affordable housing committee and then also with staff around what that program will be is very important. And so that's one item I want to bring forth in my reasoning for a continuation, because that is not part of the PP, the preliminary project plan report. Number 2, you know, I don't know if many of you have been to the community garden, but the community garden is definitely something in our community that many residents, if not community members, value. And, you know, I think we really need to see where and how we can have that continued dialogue. And I need to understand if there's been that this has been something that has been brought forth in the past. But the community garden is a special place in our community. And it's something that has been there for a while, from young and old, that really, you know, is sacred to community members. And that's something that I think is important. And so that's where, you know, my mind is right now. Is really important to see what the affordable housing plan looks like. We have the teacher housing that was actually voted on by the community members and was separate from this plan. And it was actually the people that voted to have staff housing. And so, you know, as we move forward, I think there needs to be more continued dialogue on something as large as this. But don't get me wrong, we are, so I think it's important for us to have more housing, but we need to have more discussion and understanding around what that affordable housing plan will look like, because we know that there is a need for our community members, and there's an opportunity here to build more housing opportunities on the pipeline. And so,
Oh, my goodness.
down the pipeline. And so I know there's many community members here that want to speak on this item. I do want to preface the community that right now I'm going to motion to continue this item because of the following reasons that I mentioned. The Affordable Housing Committee has not met. And then also, you know, in respect to understanding, really, can we retain this community garden and also be able to support our teachers? I think that there is a community opportunity together on something that we can work on in unity. But this dialogue needs to continue. And I know it's the initial stages, but in order to do so. So my motion is, but I will afford the opportunity for our public to speak on this because many of you have taken the time. But I am going to motion to continue item number 9, the preliminary plan review of the proposed precise plan for the redevelopment of Ceremony Del Rey campus at 699 Ceremony Boulevard to October 11. Is October 11 a time frame that works with staff? I would ask Ms. Carmelisa Morales to, in order to ensure that we have, you know, all of the reports from the Affordable Housing Committee meeting forthcoming if we do so.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, we would recommend October 25th in order to assure that the discussion in the Affordable Housing Committee meeting is included in the staff report. So that would give it staff enough time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Morales. I know you've been working very hard on this. So I motion to continue the item, which I mentioned, which is item number 9, to a time certain, which is on October 25th. And do I have a second?
I will second that motion, Madam Mayor, with a comment under discussion.
Okay, I have a second, and now we will be moving into discussion, but I also want to let community members know that I will be providing opportunity for each and every one of you to speak on this item this evening. So I think what would be at this time, since we have, how many people are in the audience for this item?
For those members of the public who wish to comment on item number 9, please click the raise hand feature to speak on that agenda item. For those joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. It looks like we have 49 hands raised.
Thank you very much. We will be providing opportunity for public comment. At this point, is there discussion from my colleagues?
Yes, I have some points I'd like to make.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. There's, as we prepare for the next meeting, I would like to put out the following issues that concern me. And these are basically questions that I am going to ask. And let me advise, Mayor, that I appreciate your candidness. I appreciate your concerns. And actually, we are on the same page in reference to what you've put out. First of all, it's the garden. I visited the garden, and I think this is something we should not lose. I've received many comments to include the term that was used, squatters and teepees. I am definitely upset. I think those were racist comments and how they were used. So with that being said, I'm going to ask for a full and complete title search of this property. Title search. In looking at the photos, I have not seen a rendition of the additional units to be placed on this property. I've read somewhere between 14 and 16 stories, and yet in the renditions, I see none. And in the city of Daly City, I can't find any other location within Daly City that has 16 units. So I need to see up-to-date renditions. And then I'm also hearing about salary, which is going to be dependent upon getting these units built on this property to increase teacher salaries. Now, don't get me wrong. I think teachers are the lowest paid. However, when we approved this bond measure for teacher housing, it was to try to retain good talent and to bring more teachers here. So I think you alluded to that, Mayor, and I appreciate your statement on that. I would need to see a full and complete environmental impact report. I am definitely concerned about the possible carbon footprint that may come about as a result. I got many more here, but for the sake of brevity, I would just like to make those points clear. And these are what I'm looking for answers to as we proceed forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. I see no other hands up at this time. And so I will now proceed into public comment. So I know we have 49 hands up. We thank you for your time this evening.
Mayor, the hands are now 52 raised. And the last called speaker will be John 2. The first speaker we have is Denny Osnes.
Good evening, Daly City Council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. My name is Denny Asnes. I'm imploring you, I appreciate your comments already about this situation, and I'm imploring you to reject the current preliminary plan for the redevelopment of Serramonte del Rey. As a retired public school teacher and decades-long member of the AFT, I'm a second-generation AFT member, in fact, I have to investigate the issues carefully when I find myself in opposition to the position taken by the local teachers union. But after much research, I do find that I cannot support this redevelopment plan, and I urge you council members to reject it as well. This plan not only destroys Daly City's only community garden, a magnificent one, as you have mentioned, and cuts down hundreds of trees, this project has been forced forward with a lack of transparency, an important lack of community input, and a huge disregard for underserved members of Daly City's various communities. The teachers union is hoping to get increased benefits for members, which of course would be well-deserved, but is never okay to trade member benefits for community needs, especially as many of those in the community are students the union should be holding as primary. There is no excuse for the union or for Daly City to engage in a privatization project that would ultimately be a lucrative deal for real estate developers and a dismal quashing of the needs and hopes of community members, including students and their families. There are ways to support low-income housing and students' needs and community needs for open space. This plan is not the one. Please reject it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. As a reminder, when your name is called upon, please unmute your microphone and you may begin speaking. Each person will receive a maximum of 2 minutes to speak. When your 2 minutes have been reached, please wrap up your comments. Speakers not in compliance with the council's rules of decorum will be muted. Next, we have Chaya Gordon.
Good evening, Council. I urge you to vote no on the preliminary plan for the redevelopment of Serramonte del Rey. There are several serious problems with this plan, several of which you have mentioned in your discussion. First, it trades public land for a high-end private housing project under the guise of making a way to increase teacher and staff salaries. I am all for increasing these salaries, but this plan is very ambiguous and the salary increases are not guaranteed. Also, we don't know what the actual financial benefit is because the Jefferson Union District trustees in charge of this project won't make any public financial documentation of estimated costs versus estimated revenues. This is not an acceptable way to proceed. But even if all the terms were clear, it's still a bad plan. Building high-end apartments benefits people who can afford them, but we urgently need housing for low-income renters who are a much larger group in Daly City than high-end renters. Also, in order to build the 1,200 market rate high-end apartments on this public land would require the permanent destruction of two local treasures, Westmore Park and the community garden, including the destruction of an orchard and hundreds of other trees. This benefits no one in Daly City, ranked the 6th most dense city in the US, and it would take away recreational and food resources from a population that can't afford to lose anything else. Let's not approve a plan that gives more to people who don't especially need more and takes away from people who will be greatly hurt by the loss of these resources. Let's think about future generations and not trade away our valuable, irreplaceable community assets and resources to a private developer. It's a very flawed plan. For the sake of all of our residents, please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Nick Occhipinti.
Yes, hi. I know that I've spoken on this topic before the council in different venues, and of course, as a member of the JHC Board of Trustees, speaking solely for myself and not for the board members, and not as a spokesperson, I will say, as I have said before, that this plan has several flaws. Obviously, most importantly, the plan does not include the input of the community. What was voted on was, of course, the faculty staff housing project, which is completely separate. This plan has actually been changed several times with inconsistencies in accordance with the conversations that have been had. There is no express approval from the community. The community did not vote on this part of the process. They did not vote on any relocation. The language is vague in the bond initiatives, the bond measures that were passed, and those bond measures are for school facilities only. It was never to start a real estate venture on our campus, which we know never worked in the past. Anybody who remembers Ceremony High School knows that it was shut down not once, but twice. I would know because I was a student in our district at the time when Oceana High School was threatened with closure. Instead, Ceremony High School in Daly City was shut down. And the legacy of that is understanding that our schools are not for sale and that our students and their families. And of course, our school district comes first. So in looking at this, I would of course agree with the decision to create a new timeline for this discussion, including community input, and completely revise the plan, because Westmore Park does not need to be the new location of this project. A lot of people in the community from the Westmore area and Ceremony area have not had a chance to get involved in this. And so it is our responsibility as public officials and just as a public to have an open conversation and truly build something together that we believe in. And I have faith that listening to community night that we can get there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Julie Starvin.
Hi, my name is Julie Starabin, and I want to thank you, Council, for your comments and for postponing a decision. I agree the community garden on College Drive is beautiful, and I don't understand why anybody would vote to dig it up to build 1,200 expensive market rate housing. Daly City and all other Bay Area cities desperately need low-income housing, not more luxury apartments. There's no such thing as a trickle-down effect for housing or for anything. Building market rate apartments will never help low-income or houseless people. The state legislature has just voted to invest $10 billion in providing housing for low and very low-income people. Maybe Daly City could apply for some of that money. Trading the garden park and other parks for housing for people who have none might be a worthwhile exchange. Destroying the park for more luxury housing is not. It won't help the schools. It won't help people. Please don't approve this plan tonight. Thank you, which I know you're not going to, so thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Kathy Czar.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for taking my comments. I'm really encouraged by what I've heard so far among the council members and excuse me, especially the mayor. So I urge you to vote no on the current plan for Serramonte Del Rey. While teacher and staff housing is important, as you have commented, Mayor, the topic of affordability has not been addressed. And as a Daly City resident, longtime resident, I definitely support that. And I'm also a teacher. But I am mostly here to talk about the fact that Daly City needs more public green space. While I found the discussion about the historical design of the golf course very interesting, I was also dismayed because the golf course is a private space that's not accessible to the majority of Daly City residents. I've spent personally a lot of time in another community garden, and particularly during the pandemic, it has provided a space for healing and growth, social connection when we were plagued with isolation. And so rather than destroy such a treasure, I implore Daly City to consider ways to create a community garden program to expand the access to community gardens. It would be an important resource for the mental health, education, and physical health, not only of current members of the community garden, but also potential future gardeners in our children and future generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Liliana Rivera.
Hi, good evening. I would like to thank the council for deciding to push back this decision about the garden. And I would honestly like to ask you guys to consider moving to permanently protect that space for the public, for the generations to come, and look into potentially putting that land in the hands of Indigenous leaders in the form of a community land trust or something like that, that would ensure that it's going to be protected for generations to come and not just sold, 5-10 years down the line. I appreciate the fact that people are talking about how it doesn't need to be deciding between teacher pay and keeping this garden, when the reality is that people who use the garden and teachers, we have more in common economically than the developers who want to come in and swoop and take this over. And I really appreciate the fact that the teacher housing is being built. I love that. And I think that it's the fact that it's right next to the garden. I think we should see it as a source of value to the teachers, because there's a lot of food that's grown in this garden, a lot of food. And if it was me, I would want to live next to basically an urban forest where I can go and get free food and I can go and relax and enjoy the nature. I would see that as a reason to continue to stay in Daly City versus living next to a 10-year construction site. So I feel like we need to see this not as like two forces acting in opposition to each other, but rather something that everybody can enjoy in the community, everyone can use, especially because we have high levels of food insecurity here in North County. And a lot of people make technically too much to qualify for food stamps, but still don't earn enough to afford food, especially during the pandemic. And even though, like, you know, these developers might see it as a quote unquote waste, we know that there's a lot of value that comes from this land. It feeds the people, it feeds the community for free, it provides a space of healing. So I would urge you to look into permanently protecting that for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Melissa Ambrose.
Good evening, members of the Daly City Council. Thank you for taking my comment. I do want to just note that I'm quite confused because I was expecting to hear a presentation that would give more facts about the project. So as a longtime staff member of Jefferson Union High School District over 22 years and the coordinator of the wellness mental health programs, I feel really concerned that what I'm hearing tonight is a lot of information that isn't true, and I'm not equipped to speak to that, but I believe the presentation would. It is my understanding the garden is not in any way a community garden. It's a district garden that we've opened to the community, but that is not my area of expertise. My area of expertise is student mental health and well-being. Our staff turnover is tremendous. The staff housing will help, but without increasing salaries, we're not going to get staff to stay in a very long-term way. And it is very hard for students, especially the students that you're talking about that you most want to protect, students of color, students who are low income, students who have experienced a lot of trauma, students or newcomers. They need consistent staff. And we do not have any industry in Daly City that like San Mateo Union has that boosts people's salaries. And every year mental health staff and teaching staff and administrators leave to San Francisco Unified, to San Mateo Union, to even to South City, as it pays much higher than we do. And we need to find a way. And I agree that it's very complicated to use housing in this way. I believe that we need more affordable housing. I think we're really mixing a bunch of issues up here that don't actually go together. And I really hope that you guys seriously consider listening to the facts of the project, maybe making some amendments, but understanding that we have a crisis, a teaching crisis in Jefferson Union High School District, and we have an incredibly special population who are wonderful humans that deserve much better. They deserve what their neighboring districts get. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Irit Daly.
Hi, I'm also a teacher, but I'm here actually for item number 8 that was on part of your agenda. And I was surprised that you didn't take any public comments or share any public comments. In the flyer that I received in the mail from you inviting me to this meeting, it says, the purpose of this hearing is to allow members of the public like yourself and your neighbors to ask questions and state your feelings about this proposal of the Lake Merced construction project. We submitted comments, me and my neighbors. We signed up for this meeting. Many of us raised our hands because we wanted to speak, and I'm surprised that we were not allowed to do so. Another interesting thing is that on the flyer that you shared with us, the link to this meeting has a typo in it. And I'm concerned that many of the people that wanted to comment on this project were not allowed to do so. In the building commission meeting that was on September 7th addressing this topic, The flyer was only to live stream the meeting. So many of us wanted to comment because the issue of the construction project is something that's, very concerning to us. And yet it was not addressed. I'm just really surprised by that. And I know some of my neighbors left the meeting because they're so frustrated, but I wonder if you can address it or find another opportunity for us to share our concerns. We already emailed it. We went, we followed the protocols that the Daly City Council requests that we do, and yet we are not being heard. So I wonder if you can speak to that and why we were not allowed to speak earlier.
Thank you, Ms. Daly, for that comment. There will be another opportunity to be able to speak on this item. When the item was on the docket earlier, I think there was no hands raised at that time. But there is an opportunity to speak on this item. This is the first reading of the item, and so we'll have another opportunity to do so.
Can you tell us when it will be, when this opportunity, because it will take, this was approved already. And we sent comments and you didn't share the comments that we emailed. Nobody spoke about them, about our questions, about our concerns. It feels like we are not being heard.
Is there another opportunity? Because this is the first reading of it, correct?
If I may.
Go ahead, Tanya, if you want to respond.
I think she's referring to the Lake Merced Golf Course project, not this project for the school.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
There's still
item number 8.
Item right now, item number 8, but there is still another opportunity for feedback, correct? I'm asking staff because it's the first, isn't the first reading.
It's not an ordinance change, so it was a resolution. So it's not coming before council.
Can you repeat that, please? It's not what?
It's a use permit, so it's approved by resolution, not by ordinance. So it will be coming back to council again.
So how can it be that we were not heard? Our comments were not shared. Our hands were raised.
So if I may through the chair, if I may through the mayor, just it's possible, I think you are discussing number 8. There might have been an oversight that we did not see the hands raised. If there were any comments that were submitted prior to the meeting, those comments were compiled as part of the record for the council to consider. But to the extent that there were hands raised, it might have been just an oversight at this point. And so
what can we do? We raised the hands before and I've been in contact with our neighbors next door. It just feels like the link that was sent has a typo in it for whatever reason. I don't know if it was, on purpose or not. The link that we had in the for the planning commission was a link just for live streaming. So we were never part of this conversation. And the questions that we sent to you and the concerns that we have, I think are really serious concerns. And it's disappointing that you are not at least addressing them. Don't read our comments, but address them. There are, things that relate to noise level, to dust level on our street, to traffic. How are these trucks going to affect traffic on our street? This is also the street that leads to the school, to Garden Lane. How does it affect all of this? We have a lot of traffic from school goers.
Ms. Daly, thank you for your comments. I think if we can connect you with the project sponsor in regards to those questions, and so you can ask them directly to the project sponsor. Are we able to do that, Ms. Mothershead, so that we can connect them directly to the project sponsor in regards to some of those questions? If there was an error, excuse me, Ms. Daly, if there was an error in regards to anything around the Zoom or link or whatnot, let's connect them with the project sponsor directly.
Your protocol was not followed for following a meeting. You should have
around
into the public. You did not do that.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, if I can interject, this is Nick Bailey. I'm the general manager at Lake Merced, and I would just emphasize that I am available to answer any questions that they have I know Michael has taken the lead role on this, but if there are any questions from the Lake Merced side, I'm happy to share my email or phone number, and certainly we want to work together on making sure everybody's comfortable with the project.
I appreciate that, Nick. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next, we have April Holland.
Hello, I hope I can be heard. I am both a Daly City resident and an employee of Jefferson Union High School District. I live walking distance from the proposed site of the building and the Westmore Park proposed site. First of all, the garden wasn't a community garden. It was a district garden that was used by the community. And what JUHSD is proposing to do is to create an actual community garden that residents can go and use parts of and grow food and all of the things that people value, that will actually be a community garden, not a JUHSD garden that people are using. And in regards to how we fund our teachers, we've seen terrific turnover in JUHSD. And what we want to do is to be able to raise the salaries of our teachers. And the only way we can do that in our staff in general is if we have mixed use housing, some affordable housing and some market value housing, because otherwise we're not going to be able to fund the salary increase that is necessary to retain our highly qualified staff. I left the school that I work in for 5 years, and when I returned, 1/3 of the teaching staff had turned over, and that's unsustainable. It's not good for our students. It's not good for our community. And it's because we're competing with the South Bay where the salaries are so much higher, and a lot of that is based on the tax base. So by having mixed use housing, some affordable and some just regular housing, we can raise money that will be allowed to be used for staff salaries. So I really encourage you not to be swayed by a few people, but rather to look at the entire proposal and see the benefits for our staff and our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Milo Traus.
Hello, Milo Traus. So I just want to start by saying I feel like you guys are missing a big opportunity with this proposal. It could bring a lot of good to Daly City, help a lot of teachers, help the community in general. And I want to address a couple of things that I've been hearing. Like one, this falsehood that like there's some big, money-driven capitalist developer coming in to swoop up public land. This is public land. It belongs to the school district, and the school district intends to maintain ownership of this land. They've just identified a higher and better use, which is housing, which we all know is super duper in short supply and will help teachers and the community broadly. And further on this point is that it's not priced at the right level and only housing that is at the right level will help people. That's just not true. I read a study today that came out of Finland, some university. They looked at the housing market in Helsinki, and there's a chain effect where you build a home, somebody moves into it, they vacate their home, someone else moves into that home, and pretty quickly within 4 or 5 degrees, the ripple effect touches middle income, low income, and very low income households. So regardless of what the price is, I haven't looked into it, but 1,200 homes would mean a lot. This is still public land for public good. The school district's a public entity, and this should be something that we're jumping at the opportunity to approve. So thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Devont Jewett.
Good evening, City Council members.
I am urging the City Council to reject the plan for development of the Serramonte Del Rey campus. As echoed earlier, this project will destroy the only community garden in Daly City, and yes, it is a community garden, y'all, which has over 300 trees. As also what some folks said before, we need to keep as much green space as possible. You know, this is our city. And there's other ways to fight for affordable housing and living wage for our whole community. In building luxury apartments over the garden, you know, it's just amplifying gentrification and also in a way global warming as well. We need to keep as much trees as we can. So urge the City Council to listen to the community who are against this project and to prioritize land and people and not profit. This is important to us. I do want to share briefly that I visited a garden as well, and I learned that every plant, every vegetable, everything that's been growing there has a story, and we need to keep that space for healing for the community. It's a safe space for a lot of folks. So just keep that in mind, and yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joss.
Good evening. I just want to acknowledge Native American Day, which was on Friday, and that we actually have a climate crisis going on. I grew up here in Daly City, seeing my teachers leave because they weren't paid enough or had adequate resources or support. So I've always felt teachers needed and deserve to be paid a livable wage and appreciated, especially if we want them to be fully invested into students and their work. So I support teachers and the teacher housing, but I'm also a youth of color that grew up here in Daly City, struggling with mental health on Section 8, struggling, and my family is still struggling in this city, living off food bank boxes, and felt very triggered and attacked on the last school board meeting. So I'm concerned about the members of the school board, the president of the AFT, and the so-called wellness counselor attacking and bullying the community, just wanting to preserve these sacred spaces. I think about the unhoused folks in the cold I've been seeing since I was at Juniper Serra Elementary, and it saddens me to see empty apartments all over DC for rent that working class people can't afford. I grew up going to the parks, library, and the mall because that's all there was. There wasn't a place to celebrate and identify with my culture, my roots, and nothing has changed. It's crazy to me that the school district isn't embracing the garden. We ought to all be grateful for the land, for Mother Earth. The garden is more than just a garden, farm. Even though it was cultivated, the trees, food, animals are all native to the land. It's a place of healing, for mental health, for clarity, grounding, ceremony, reconnecting with the land, and so much more. Children, which are future students of this district, love it there. The youth go there. Let's not forget the garden was for special ed students. There's also a sports gym at Serramonte del Rey. We have no skate park anymore. So where are youth going to go? If we should build anything, it should be community. Start with preserving the garden, Westmore Park, expanding green space, and building a community cultural center for youth and all community members. Struggle may breed desperation for survival, but struggle also breeds humility and resistance. And in this moment, it's crucial to resist and decolonize and go back to the drawing board with collective community input to preserve what's last of green space and sacred land here, that you can't just relocate. You can't do that. To think about the next 7 generations and really be public servants.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Diane Lee.
Hello, Diane Lee and David Wynn, residents of Daly City. We thank you, Mayor, that you're proposing to postpone your vote, the council vote on this, so that you can continue dialogue and to learn more about the actual details about what I'm going to call the SDR project in short. And let me move on to some of my comments. So we strongly urge the Daly City Council to reject the preliminary plan for the development of Serramonte del Rey, SDR. We are not against the JUHSD making efforts to collect more revenue and create more housing opportunities in Daly City. However, we are against the current prelim plans that have been drawn up and which the council is going to be voting on. Here are our immediate concerns and issues with the current prelim plan. The community garden will be destroyed. This is a gorgeous, well-established and thriving garden that is being used by the community and is also the main player to foster a much-needed balance in our ecosystem for plants and pollinators. This is the only community garden that exists in Daly City. The current plan only outlines a few raised beds in the new community garden. This is not an even replacement by any means to what already exists in the current community garden, which is an oasis for, as you've heard, over 100 plants and trees. I'm going to admit that there can be improvements made to the garden so that it's run with more structure and rules. But what you have heard from a few other people is that it's not a community garden, but it really is. I've been there several times since I've learned about it. I've shared plants with neighbors. They've shared plants with me. I've been given greens to take home for a salad to share with my family. So I really urge you to save the community garden. A few other points. Sorry, my phone just...
Diane, your 2 minutes has expired.
Okay, yep, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Monica Casey.
Hello, this is Monica Casey. Hello, members of City Council and members of the community. As a union president for the AFT 1481 at JUHSD, I'm directly involved in the vision and mission of JUHSD by supporting a positive working environment for the staff who teach and care for our students. That's our job. And even though we don't get as much compensation, we're happy to do it. I am just really shocked by the comments and that the fact that the City Council is not allowing our applicant to do the presentation with the facts. It is not a community garden, it's a school garden. It's a very different thing. Only about 5 people use the garden per day. And if you have ever been there, which I'm there all the time, every day, I'm up at the district office, it's the same 5 people. And so I find it amazing how many people are talking about going there and having it be an oasis. It's amazing. I wonder why these people haven't come and stopped some of the other projects that you have just pushed through. I want to remind you that the union fully supports the district's plans of the Serramonte Del Rey site to generate funds to meet the needs of our students and staff, especially those who are affected by our district's lack of funds, the underserved, special education, foster youth, students learning English, low income, and BIPOC. And these plans were signed on by myself, the president of the Jefferson Elementary School District Union, and the executive secretary of the San Mateo County Central Labor Council and the CFT president. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Sabrina Brennan.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Sabrina Brennan, co-chair of the Sierra Club Equity Committee. Thank you for continuing the item for further consideration. I appreciate the comments that have been made tonight. Before the October 25th council meeting, please redraw the subdivision map to preserve parcels E and F as green space to maintain Daly City's only community garden and trees for future generations. Please convert the remaining 66% of the project site that comprises a 1,235 unit rental housing complex into walkable transit-oriented development that meets state laws SB 32 and SB 375. Serramonte Del Rey is a 90% market rate housing project. Please include more affordable housing at the proposed Serramonte Del Rey project. For example, the Balboa project by City College of San Francisco is a similarly scaled development that includes a 1,100 unit complex that includes 50% affordable housing with 25% green space. Over 3,189 people have signed a petition to save the community garden at Serramonte Del Rey. Please protect the community garden. It's a gem. It's more than a garden. It's an orchard, an organic farm, and a botanical garden. Daly City has a green space imbalance that can only be corrected by preserving existing green space and creating more green space, wildlife habitat, and more trees to improve air quality, thereby protecting public health in Daly City while addressing climate change. To date, JUHSD has not been willing to meet to discuss preserving the existing Daly City community garden. It's concerning. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Renee Daniel.
Hello, council members. I just first wanted to thank the mayor for motioning to delay this decision on approving or disapproving the preliminary plan. I really do think that we need some more community input before making any solid decisions on this. I just have a lot of questions on the project. And I think a lot of people are bringing up some good concerns that can also generate some of these questions that we need to have answered. Like, I'm really wondering what the actual numbers and figures are about how teacher salaries are supposed to be increased through this project, because I'm not hearing those numbers, and it makes me feel like, you know, teachers are kind of being underpaid, teachers are being pit against this community garden when really the person that stands to make money from this project is the private developer. And I think we need to question every time that, you know, public land is going to be put in the hands of a private developer. People keep mentioning 90% of this land is going to be market rate and 10% is affordable housing. And I also just wanted to mention that that is literally the minimum requirement. Any housing development has to have a minimum of 10% affordable housing. And I don't think we should be patting ourselves on the back for saying that 10% of it is affordable housing when that's actually legally the requirement for affordable housing within these kinds of developments. And yeah, I just want to echo what everyone else said too about the community garden. I think it's a really magical place. It has a lot of stuff there that I've never even heard of before. It's a place of serenity, a place of community, a huge source of biodiversity, and we really need to preserve the little green space that we do have in Daly City. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Deej Gold.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. My name is Deej Gold, and I'm also want to speak against the destruction of the environment, loss of public land that would be included in the redevelopment project for Serramonte Del Rey. I appreciate the mayor and Councilmember Sylvester making a motion to postpone this vote. Our state underfunds public schools, and without a progressive tax structure, we are now faced with yet another proposal that leases or sells off portions of our public lands, assets that should be used for the public good, not for the benefits of developers and real estate interests. I think you should reject the current preliminary plan for the redevelopment of Serramonte Del Rey, which destroys a beautiful and unique community garden, cuts down hundreds of trees, and has been pushed through without sufficient information to the community about what the actual finances of this deal are. I'm concerned about the big picture, turning public land over to private development, and not for the benefit of the public, but for people who can afford to live in any of the other market rate developments currently going vacant in our area. This is gentrification and it's displacement. I am concerned that we find a way to build housing for low and moderate income residents, and I am appalled by the previous speaker who spoke about Finland and trickle-down housing, because we have seen in the Bay Area, there is no trickle-down housing. People remain unhoused, rich people get the housing they want, it's used for investment, and we get nowhere on housing the people who live in our area. The site under consideration used to be a public school. Most of the assets that public school districts have to sell in this way used to be public schools that were closed, not because we don't need public schools, but because there wasn't money to sustain them. After paying the consultant $6 million to develop this proposal, where are the guarantees that the promised benefits will be paid to the district when and if the project fails, or when and if the developer claims they can't make payments? Thank you very much for listening to me and your decision to postpone the vote.
Thank you.
For your comments. Next, we have Hiba H.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My statement is in regards to the community garden in Westmore Park. I would like to start off by saying everyone who's attending tonight, I have a deep-rooted love for my community, our local schools, and teachers. It's because of this that I'm here. I'm strongly against this project and urge you all to please listen to our community, even though you guys are postponing it. Like, that's just the bare minimum that you guys could do, by the way. I've talked to multiple kids who attend various schools in the district or just live in the area, as well as alumni and community members, about our community garden and Westmore Park. These kids who would be the most impacted by the demolition are literally being left in the dark. Like, they literally don't even know that this is happening, which is like big because it affects them directly. At the school board meeting that took place a couple of weeks ago, mental health was insultingly brought up as an argument as to why we should support this literal ethnic cleansing of a beautiful community garden, which has been maintained by community members and elders. If we actually value the mental health of our youth, we would be committed to finding alternative solutions to not only pay our teachers an equitable wage, but to create actual affordable housing elsewhere, and we would actually focus on issues that actually address mental health. One of the most detrimental ones being the school to prison pipeline that I feel like I'm just always talking about and no one really listens. Let's address that. Let's address food insecurity, the lack of school counselors, and let's actually ask our students what would benefit their mental health and not just act like we care to push our own financial agendas. Because I'm against this agenda item, I want to emphasize that does not mean I don't support our teachers and schools progressing. I want to work with our community to promote alternative solutions. I genuinely care about our youth and not the financial advantages of taking away their safe spaces. I would like to end my comment by sharing the literal definition of colonization, which is the action or process of settling among and establishing control over the indigenous people of an area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Ethan Mizzy.
Good evening, Mayor Manalo, Dr. Dasmag Ball, and the members of the City Council. My name is Ethan Mizzy. I believe that this preliminary plan should be approved. I do not believe the opposition to this project has really much or any stable or coherent argument against it. The two main reasons I support this project is because, for one, the Jefferson Union High School District desperately needs money. Land leasing is one of the best ways for local government to find sustainable funds outside of any form of taxation. Secondly, I support this project because we are in a housing crisis. Every municipality in the Bay Area and the state as a whole have failed to build enough housing to meet demand for decades. Despite my support for this project, I would love to see amenities like a community garden be included, especially since it's very clear that the community wants one, but I really don't think it's necessary that the garden that exists should be that garden, especially since the community garden up until 2009 was a tennis court. I believe that a garden is needed, but I don't think it has to be that one. No land is being privatized. The land will be owned by the school district, and the market rate units will fund the school district. So both of those points, in my mind, are moot. Daly City has its RENA numbers to meet, and the high school district desperately needs money. Please don't listen to the NIMBY talking points. Please support the preliminary plan, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Michael Fung. Michael? Michael, can you hear us?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I had some technical difficulties there. Hi, my name is Michael Fung. I grew up in Daly City. I lived there my whole life just up until this past summer. I went through the public education system at Westmore. I went to MP Brown. I went to Fernando, and I'm a graduate of Westmore High School. And I am now a wellness counselor at Westmore High School. It is my first year. I just started several months ago. And I'm speaking in favor of this project. As someone who grew up in Daly City and who went to the public education system, it was always disheartening to see teachers come and go. The turnover rate was incredibly noticeable. Even as a student, I always had the feeling that teachers that I would see one year would definitely not be back the next year. And for me, as now as an educator, it's incredibly important for us to be able to keep our passionate educators to stay in this district for our students. Our students deserve teachers to be able to retain the teachers and counselors and admin here because instability is inequitable for our students, and they do feel it. They do feel the turnover. They do feel the constant changes, and it doesn't feel like a safe place for them. So just speaking as someone who went through the education system here and someone who currently works in the Jefferson Union High School District, I think it's I am speaking in favor of this project so that we are able to really raise the salaries for our teachers and really be able to keep them here because our students deserve that. They really do. So thank you for taking the time to hear me out.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jonathan Krupp.
Good evening, board members. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you so much for hearing me. Today, I'm reading the comments of a colleague of mine. My name is Gino Napoli. I've been a math teacher at Terra Nova High School for 23 years. I'm writing as regard the odd controversy over what would be a great project for both the school district and the community. I will not impugn the dignity of participants in this controversy. However, the entire process has been transparent since the origins and idea of the project with unanimous vote from the school board. So I do not think any hints about a conspiracy have any basis of substance whatsoever. It is true that what has evolved into an informal community garden on land owned by the school district will be eradicated. However, the new community housing project will actually gain more green space and plant more trees. The funds gathered from the rental units will also go into the district coffers, which make it easier to attract and retain quality teachers, something that is difficult when our neighboring school districts can offer upwards of $40,000 more per year, which is huge in the most expensive region of the United States, that is the Bay Area. As a result, teacher turnover and retention is a sizable issue and is something that affects both the students and the communities that those students come from. But more than an informal community garden on land owned by the district. I think people may be well-intentioned, but they might be misguided if they don't step back and see the bigger picture. Full disclosure, my grandmother's father on my mother's side was 100% full Iroquois in northern New York. It is something I rarely talk about, but my heritage makes me 12.5%. So when I hear that people are saying that the district is desecrating or taking away land from Native American cultures, I honestly scratch my 50% Sicilian head from my father's side. The entire United States was once Native American land. When San Mateo County began to develop in business complexes like Google or Apple or the South City Genentech Engineering Complex, I don't recall a huge hoopla or storming of the public bodies like the school board or the city councils. Jobs and economic hierarchy and something called progress involve having discussions between interested parties, making decisions and compromises as needed, but not just to completely stop the whole process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Emily Hansen. Emily, I'm going to need to promote you to panelist briefly for your comments. You will still be limited to 2 minutes.
Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulty. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Good evening, and thank you for your willingness to hear my comments in support of the Serramonte Del Rey Vitalization Project. I have been a special education teacher with JUHSD since 2007, and I have worked at the Serramonte Del Rey site for the entirety of my career with JUHSD so far. I was a teacher in the Therapeutic Day School program for 9 years. I spent all of those years taking my students out to the garden, which is a school garden. It is not a community garden. It sounds like Daly City needs a legitimate community garden. But I want to say I love my job, I love this community, and I am committed to serving the JUHSD community. It's no secret about the high turnover we have, especially when it comes to special education teachers. I've seen many, many teachers and paraprofessionals come and go over the years. We work with some of the most vulnerable students in the district, and consistency with staffing is critical. I have known staff who wanted to dedicate their career to this district and this community, but they simply could not afford to do so. This is heartbreaking. I've always had to work side jobs to supplement my income. It's exhausting, and it should not be this way. Now that we have the inspiration and creativity of the SDR Revitalization Project, I need to share my enthusiasm and respect for the creativity of all the hardworking individuals who have put together this development plan. This project will not only be a wonderful support to the community at large, but it will support the much needed salary increase that can support the attraction and retention of staff. It would be a relief to no longer see my colleagues driving 10 or 15 miles down the peninsula in order to make a reasonable wage or salary. Our students and families absolutely deserve consistent staff and family and faculty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Dory Panissa.
Hello.
Hi, Dory. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone, to the city government officials and staff. My name is Dory Panissa. I'm one of the business owner here in the Bay Area and community leader. I am so proud to say that my son is one of the best teacher in Jefferson High School. That's why I have 100% to support the plan for the future of our Daly City children. Thank you, everyone, for listening to our suggestion. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Anya Shapiro.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Anya Shapiro. I'm the mental health director at the Daly City Youth Health Center and longtime Daly City resident. And I'm here to speak in favor of the Serramonte Del Rey Development Project. The Daly City Youth Health Center is a part of the Jefferson Union High School District. And the primary focus that we have is to serve youth and families in this community that are under-resourced and primarily people of color. And in order for us to be able to do the job that we do as a health center, we absolutely need to be able to retain good staff, just like the district needs to retain school teachers and school support staff in order to serve our communities. There is an employment crisis in regards to therapists, support staff, and teachers. It's really difficult we have open jobs right now, and it's difficult to find and keep staff because we are not able to pay them the kind of salaries that they need to survive in this area. People are getting priced out for lots of reasons. And the most important thing that creates a healthy and thriving community is a strong and healthy school district, one where we can really support our students. I know that it's valuable to have plants that have stories, but you know who has stories? The children and the families in our city. And they have the most important stories, and we need to focus on that. Now, development will always happen. Some developer will come in and develop housing because there's a shortage of housing as well and it's needed. This is one opportunity where the development can actually benefit the youth and families and the school district within our city. So I think it's important for us to take advantage of this opportunity so that we can have a better, healthier school system and health center. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Victoria Magbalong.
Hi, I'm here as a Daly City resident and the parent of 2 students at Jefferson High School. After hearing the presentation for the Serramonte Del Rey project, I have come to the conclusion that this new neighborhood will greatly benefit our community and ask that you approve its construction. Our schools are subject to a funding crisis, and I applaud the school district's forward-thinking plans to use their existing assets to the best of their ability in an effort to benefit our students. It has come to my attention that there is a small but vocal faction of community members who have taken over an instructional garden for their own personal use on the site belonging to the school district. They have done so without permission and using water paid for by the school district with taxpayer dollars that were designated to go to our students. An avid gardener myself, I would welcome a true community garden in Daly City, one that is ADA compliant, open to everyone, and managed and funded by a willing benefactor. The tactics of those who have taken over the school's garden have been less than diplomatic, including creating a petition that is full of falsehoods and intimidating and harassing school employees and even our students who have visited the site. But in an effort to work with them, the school district has offered to create a new community garden at the site. I believe that the real community garden proposed by the school district will be a welcome addition to the neighborhood and those who live in it, including our teachers and school staff newly housed there. Our parents and even our teenagers work long hours and multiple jobs to be able to meet the needs of their families. Our community deserves the best schools that we can give them. And let's be clear, our children are the ones who will benefit from this development. Education is the best path out of financial insecurity, and the thousands of Daly City families who will benefit from the improvements to our schools that this project helps make possible far outnumber those who oppose it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Joel Kahn.
Hello. Thank you very much for hearing me. I'm calling in support of the development. Words can't really express how disappointed I am that the council has elected to postpone a vote on this, but I'm going to give it a try. As you probably know, California has some of the most unaffordable housing in the entire world, and the Bay Area is especially guilty of this. You know why we don't have more affordable housing? Because we don't build enough housing. You know why we don't build enough housing? Because so much time is spent on these continuances and reviews and public comment. Every day that's spent on this is a day that's not spent building housing that people can then live in. Beyond that, perhaps you should listen to the teachers and their families, who all seem to be overwhelmingly in support of this project, and who, if not given housing in the area, are going to have to commute from 3 counties over, which I'm pretty sure is going to be significantly more harmful to the environment than the removal of a small community garden, which, as many other people have noted, is the school property, not the community's. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Kalisha Webster. Kalisha? Kalisha, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Okay. So good evening, City Council members. My name is Kalisha Webster, and I am a housing advocate for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities with housing choices. I am calling in support of the proposed redevelopment of the Serramonte Del Rey campus, which will include up to 120 units of much needed affordable housing for the community. Housing Choices works with people in Daly City and throughout San Mateo County with developmental disabilities who want to live independently in their own communities. However, because of their extremely limited incomes, our clients are only able to qualify for housing with extremely low rents. Due to the current shortage of affordable units in the city, we typically recommend clients start looking for housing 3 to 5 years before they plan on moving into their own unit. Unfortunately, there are no options for our clients with immediate housing needs. Take, for instance, a client that I worked with recently who had been living with his mother his entire life. When his mother's health suddenly deteriorated and she had to go into assisted living, there was nowhere for my client to go. My client, who was used to the freedom and autonomy of living at home, did not want to go into the rigid structure of a group home and did not feel comfortable in a homeless shelter. For many people with developmental disabilities, because of the wide range of behaviors and needs, homeless shelters and group homes are not always a safe or viable option. I'm glad to see that the project includes a large number of units which will fit the needs of the most vulnerable Daly City residents, including nearly 700 residents with IDD, with developmental disabilities. The transit-oriented affordable housing being proposed at Serramonte Del Rey brings people like my client the freedom to choose how and where they want to live and affirmatively further fair housing as required by HCD. The inclusion of community retail, doubling the current green space, and a new community garden makes this a plan which will benefit all Daly City residents regardless of income. I urge you to approve the preliminary plan presented to you so that this project can move forward with the development process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Clayton Koo.
Members and city staff, thanks for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Clayton Koo, and I'm a lifelong resident of Daly City and the neighborhood around the high school district's offices at Serramonte Del Rey. I've grown up here my entire life. I'm speaking here tonight in support of the Serramonte Del Rey precise plan that was intended to be considered tonight at your meeting. This project at Serramonte Del Rey might not be perfect, and no project ever is, but it does so many positive things for our community. It developed a severely underutilized site to provide a mix of housing and retail, developed a location where it's easily accessible by various forms of transportation, and offers residents like me with more open green space and hiking trails, something that's daily lacking in Daly City. Even more beyond community benefit, this project also provides even more for everyone who supports and values education. This project will provide the high school district with a stable source of consistent revenue, something all schools across California have struggled with for many decades. I don't believe any one group or any one council should make it hard for any school district anywhere in California or around the country to fund public education in their communities. Even if some of those additional funds might help fund potential teacher and staff salary raises, it also goes to support our students. It helps fund necessary program activities in our classrooms, and it will help ensure that families don't leave our communities because our schools aren't considered the best that they can be to provide our students with the best education possible. I would like to ask the City Council support and approve this plan for the project at a future meeting. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Denton Murphy.
Hi, good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, perfect. So I'm calling in strongly in support of this housing project. And that's because I think this project and others like it are vital if we want to keep younger people in California. I know many people that have had to leave the state because of the insanely high housing cost here. I don't think we need to go over that. And I say that as a new homeowner myself here in the area. I was bought for the first time in my life, now my late 30s, about a year and a half ago now. And my house should not have cost as much as it did. It's not worth that much. The only reason it is because we, time and again, have neglected to build housing. And this is a perfect illustration of that, unfortunately. I'd ask that in addition to the people that are making their voices heard here, that the council consider those people that are having to sit in traffic on Highway 4 or on the 580 to go over the Altamont, because that's when you reject these kinds of housing projects, that's what you're choosing. You're choosing that the people that make your lives possible, your maintenance folks, people like that, electricians, you're choosing to exile them from your community. I think that's wrong. I also think that for those folks who loudly decry that building more housing doesn't drive rents down, I would point to Oakland. Oakland built more housing than any other city practically in the Bay Area, and their rents went up by a whopping 1% starting in like 2015. Building housing works. And honestly, for those that I heard carbon footprint mentioned, just think about how much it costs to have somebody drive in from the Central Valley every day. It's not worth it. Please go forward with this project.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Eddie Holman.
Good evening. First, I just want to say Oakland is not famously affordable, so I'm not really sure what the parallel was there. And also, I'd like to address a point that the semantics that this isn't community garden is just a silly lie. This is a public school district funded by taxpayer dollars. So therefore, this is public land that has the public using it, and that's not a community garden. That's ridiculous. Honestly, take the talking points back to Brookwood Advisors and come up with something better, please. So my name is Eddie Holman. I'm calling for the rejection of the development of Serramonte Del Rey as planned and a halt to the development process led by the Jefferson Union Board of Trustees and superintendent staff. The process has been nothing but suspect and rushed by the Board of Trustees and their corporate developers, Brookwood Advisors. This is a huge conversion of public green space into for-profit condos, and it must receive proper community oversight and scrutiny. From the little details the district has released, it's clear that the district is prepared to destroy an integral part of Daly City's last remaining natural environment and green space for apartments that Daly City residents cannot even afford to live in. This is a betrayal of Daly City residents. According to the Daly City government's own website, in North County, we deal with the highest pollution burden. We suffer from higher rates of asthma, diabetes, adverse health outcomes. Our city has a less than 5% urban canopy, one of the worst in the US. As we face the climate apocalypse, is this really the time to cut down what remains? Yet despite all of this, there's the permanent closure plan for Westmore Park and the bulldozing of the garden and the cutting down of the trees. This is deeply, deeply unpopular with actual residents who live in Daly City. And lastly, I want to say I absolutely support Jefferson Union receiving more funding, but this is not the only way. It is an absolute false narrative that this is the only way to fund the district. There's other ways to fund the district, such as a parcel tax, which has passed in the past in Daly City. And I want to say to the teachers, I think this is really a sinister lie to you all, pitting the interests of working teachers against a working community. It doesn't have to be this way. There is a way to pay teachers and preserve what's left of our green space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Willemsey.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, so my name is Eric Willemsey. I'm a teacher in the district. I've worked there for about 11 years. I'm going to read something real quick. I teach AP US History, AP Psychology, I teach Sociology. I've taught essentially every social science class under the umbrella since I've been there, and I love my job. But I'm constantly forced to supplement my job with second incomes. And I really, really want to stay in this district. I really do. But, not only that, it's like, I can echo what every JUHSD teacher has said. This turnover is incredibly demoralizing to us that stay. I feel like we're in a losing battle. And we're not losing just ourselves, but we're losing our students. We're losing our students' mental health. We're losing our students' ability to reach their highest potential. And, I've heard a lot of people talk about, they're on the side of the teachers. They're on the side of the district. But I haven't heard a single person offer a real solution other than this housing project. This housing project, I've heard people talk about parcel taxes. We can only tax our community so much before the tide turns. Think about how much we're asking our community to put in money that they might not have. And so when I look at this solution, in this staff housing development project, I see something that will satisfy everyone across the political spectrum. It doesn't matter if you're left, right, anywhere in the middle. I feel like this is something that we can all agree on. And, you know, one of the things that I teach, oh, shoot, I'm out of time, but
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sean Karkaziz.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Sean Karkazis. I'm actually a resident of Pacifica. I was raised in Daly City. I went to Thomas Edison. I went to Fernando Rivera, and I also went to Terra Nova High School. I am now a teacher at Terra Nova, and it's been hard, to say the least. It has been very hard. Every year, it's a struggle. This year alone, we lost 7 teachers in our school. 7. And it's something that, like, it really sticks with us. You walk in the room, and there's a lot of new people there, and you don't know who they are. Kids aren't used to it. I'm not used to it. And then I look at the salary gap, and I could go to South San Francisco and make $67,000 a year, when right now I make $55,000 a year. I could go to San Mateo County and make $89,000 a year, the same job I'm doing now, except less work, no summer school, no after-school curriculum activity, none of that. No, what's really frustrating to me is the fact that it seems like everyone cares about the teachers, but no one really does. We've gone all over the place. We've gone to the state, they've said nothing. We've gone to the county, they've said nothing. We're doing everything we can. Myself and Eric Willemsey were on the side of Highway 1 with a sign asking people to pay for that parcel tax, and we got flipped off. Now I'm frustrated. I'm tired of this, and I don't understand. We've been completely upfront about everything that has happened. We're actually cutting 6 trees down, and we're planting 41 trees. All this information has been explained. I don't know where people are coming up with all this random information that's not true. And it's really hurtful to us. It is. It's painful. I have to go into class tomorrow. And I'm not going to lie, I am tired of fighting just for enough money to survive. It's not fair, and it's not sustainable. Thank you for my time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next, we have Dana Martinez-Mullis. Dana, I will need to temporarily promote you to panelist to make your comments. You will be limited to 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you so much, Daly City Council members, for listening. My name is Dana Martinez-Mullis. I have been a resident on Oakmont Drive in Westlake for 16 years. I am a Jefferson Union High School educator, and I have a 9-year-old son being educated in our community. I have a desire to invest in our schools as a parent, teacher, and community member. This is an issue concerning approximately 5,000 students annually over many generations and their ability to thrive as scholars. And it is being weighed against a garden that only came to fruition over COVID and will never help the tens of thousands that improved education can provide. I've been an employee in JUHSD for 8 years. In that time, I've worked for 5 superintendents, 4 special education directors. Westmore High School has had 5 principals, and the district hires about 25% of their staff brand new every year. We have had to contract teachers from the Philippines to ensure our special education students have case management and instruction. We have contracted 7 to 10% of our employees from education employment agencies because the district cannot fill positions due to low wages and high benefit copays. We are the lowest paid district in San Mateo County. We don't pay enough for people to commute to work here. If you cannot live here, you cannot work here. To lower housing costs, we need more housing. More housing will sustain student enrollment and prevent school closures. But without increasing revenue, the district cannot keep their schools staffed. We own property that can be repurposed to meet our community's needs, to fund education, provide outdoor green space, and upgrade the conditions under which we provide education. As voting members of the City Council, you have the opportunity to invest in Daly City in a way generations past have failed to do. JUHSD has a plan ready for approval, a plan that will take care of our community housing and education for many generations to come. It would be foolish and short-sighted to slight education to
Dana.
enable learning space that could be relocated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Alexander Melendrez.
Hello, Daly City Council and staff. My name is Alex Melendrez. I'm a lead with Peninsula for Everyone. I'm also on the board for the Peninsula Young Democrats. First off, I want to say you as a body do not have an easy job, so I appreciate your public service in making these decisions. Secondly, it's really hard to follow those last two comments. I really think that the stories of those that are most impacted by our housing crisis, especially the teachers, are the ones that should be the most forefront. I'm speaking strongly in support of the JUHSD proposal and the Serramonte Del Rey project. This preliminary plan should be approved tonight. It hits so many positive points. It's sustainable. It has union support. It's supported by it supports teachers, and it provides homes. We are in a severe housing shortage. Everyone needs a home. Over 1,200 homes means over 1,200 individuals and families with potential roofs over their heads. Others have talked about market rate housing funding teacher salaries and teachers, but there's an additional point. Existing naturally affordable homes, apartments, and the humans who live in them face a constant pressure from our housing shortage that can only be solved with an all-hands approach. That's what that is. We're also in a climate crisis, as one other commenter mentioned, and this is a good way to address our jobs, housing, and balance. A market rate home is still a home with a family and humans living in them. Perfect is the enemy of good, and we desperately need all levels of housing to tackle this systemic issue. We cannot leave solutions on the table. We cannot be a peninsula for everyone if we pick and choose who in our communities get to live by denying desperately needed homes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Dashiell Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Assistant, Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'd like to echo the community concerns tonight and Sabrina's comments, and thank you, Council, for your motion to defer this proposal. We asked in our September 8th letter for the project to be completely redesigned as a transit-oriented project that includes the existing community garden in its current location as a community benefit. We believe this project should be redesigned with fewer but taller buildings to preserve Daly City's only community garden and orchard. We're also concerned that the current plan adds to climate pollution, given that this is currently an auto-oriented development instead of a transit-oriented development, which is both a climate and social equity issue. It would be a tragedy to destroy Daly City's only community garden and cut down trees to build luxury development with the bare minimum of affordable housing. There is the potential here for a project redesigned to meet the needs of all speakers tonight, including teachers. The city should protect our community garden and guide development in a way such as to maximize community benefits, public green space, transit access, housing affordability, greenhouse gas reduction, and ecosystem protection. We implore the City Council to listen to the needs of community members, particularly low-income and Indigenous community members, as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Erin Chaucer.
Good evening, Mayor Manalo. Good evening, Mayor Manalo, Vice Mayor Das Magbual, and members of the council. My name is Erin Kaiser, and this evening I'm speaking on behalf of the San Mateo Central Labor Council. We're asking you to approve this project to be built. Tonight, I've heard a few comments, including from some members of the council, saying that we are all for supporting teachers. But, well, I'm asking you to support teachers and to support our teachers specifically by listening to them. I was listening. I heard about how this project is going to provide a number of much needed benefits to the Jefferson Union High School District. I heard so many teachers this evening speaking about how deeply underpaid they are and how difficult it has been for them seeing their peers walk away from the district because of the pay. I heard about how this project would provide provide some financial stability to the district that would directly benefit our students. I've also heard about how this project would double the amount of green space and how it would create housing that is desperately needed in our communities during this housing crisis. Our teachers are highly educated union members, and they are struggling in the status quo. The American Federation of Teachers, Local 1481, who have been deeply involved in the planning of this proposal, by the way, are asking you all to support this project, to support them and to support their students. I'm proud to stand with them. I'm proud to support our teachers and our educators and our workers in the schools. And I hope that you all do too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Maya Elgarico.
Hello, good evening. Thanks, Mayor Manalo, for pushing back this preliminary thing. I am sorry, this is hella late right now, but sorry, but I'm voting to reject it. Since everybody's pulling out their residence card, I was raised here. I've been to Tobias, Fernando, Ben, Westmore, and Thornton, and am now a after-school teacher in Jefferson Elementary School District. I work closely with kids, and honestly, if we're talking about mental health, I think like a lot of what I do to calm my kids down, specifically since our program focuses on social and emotional learning, we take walks, you know, in the green space to take some air, to breathe, to reflect on our actions, to, you know, sit in our emotions and really analyze what we did in that moment, whatever the behavior was, you know. And I feel like if we're talking about mental health, a garden is definitely what we need to keep. For teachers, like, I feel your anger so much, and I feel like the solution is to team together to find a solution for all of us to agree to keep this green space and to have you paid, because, you know, that is definitely important. And it's honestly really unfortunate to hear a lot of my former teachers, you know, using these things against, you know, other community members when we're not against paying you at all. You know, like, we are here together in community for all of us. And we're against, you know, these private developers taking our money, you know, taking your money, the money that pays you. So I feel like, I don't know, we just need to be together.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Glenn Mercado.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, I'm a longtime resident of Daly City. I grew up here, went to Coma Elementary and TRP and Jefferson High, and I'm still out here since I graduated almost 2 decades ago. I'm calling in to urge all of you to simply show up for the community and respect any green space we have left in Daly City. It's weird that I have to even be here to demand any of this, because I feel like this should be an absolute no-brainer given the current situation we are all enduring and trying to survive. And I believe some of you actually share these sentiments. These spaces are completely necessary for the overall well-being of us, the community, and of course the environment. I personally don't know how to put it any better than how others have before me, but here's another voice demanding you to save Westmore Park and Daly City's only community garden with its thriving ecosystem. Please do the right thing, listen to your community, and stand by your community, especially our Black and brown siblings who are often left out of the equation, even though they're the ones who are harshly affected the most by these developments. And you really don't need to look far to see the truth in that. So take a step toward climate justice, not away from it. Don't set us back. Vote no on the preliminary development plans that threaten to destroy invaluable resources to the public here in Daly City. Instead, invest in our existing green spaces and green spaces in general, really. Thanks for hearing me. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Keek Mansell.
Hi, now you can hear me, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're waiting for Heek.
Heike.
Well, Heike. Okay, we'll get back.
It's all good. It's all good. Thank you for hearing us out. It takes a village to raise a child, right? So I've been working at Jefferson High School for over 20 years. I started Mission Fusion, so I deeply rooted in this community. I'm working with the community with my dance project, addressing issues in the community. And it is about the children. It is about our students. And those are the ones that suffer because of the constantly teachers leaving the district, constantly abandoning them. We had a teacher abandoning them just now, 2 weeks into the year. He got tenured and then he left because he can't afford to stay at the school. So it's just, and they feel abandoned. And I mean, imagine you all have a new job, a new boss every single year or every half a year, a new boss. Then what? You have to like switch gear constantly. There's already so much stress. Yes, it's about the teachers. I would like to make more money. I would be able to make more money. I have a master's degree. I'm on staff in Skyline College, but I don't like teaching there. I like our community. I like teaching here and I want to keep teaching here. But it's hard. And I hate it that my colleagues have to drive across the bridge. They're driving for 2 hours to come to work because they love this community, because they can't afford to live here, because they don't have the money. So it's just heartbreaking. I mean, I understand maybe some of the issues and the carbon footprint and all that good stuff. But man, if Google was asking you for that space, you would not even stop. We're talking about a golf course. Oh, we don't even blink with an eye with the golf course development. But it's for our students, it's for our children. Come on, people. Say yes to the project. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sherrod Walker.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. I don't think I have much to add that anyone else hasn't said. I guess I am surprised that I didn't get to hear a presentation tonight. I came to support this application and I thought I knew the details and I was excited that everyone was going to get to hear them. I'm disappointed that council hasn't let anyone hear what they are. Meanwhile, council feels very comfortable saying that the applicant hasn't presented to the community. But isn't this the opportunity for the applicant to present to the community? I feel like we're being run out of town on rails. And I'd be embarrassed if I were in council's position right now to not give the school, the district, the opportunity to make its case. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Rayan.
Hello, my name is Ryan. I would like to point out that we have several different major societal problems, crises, if you will, that are intersecting with this proposal. One is that Prop 13 has severely hampered funding for schools, putting us in this position. Another is that we have a housing crisis. The state of California estimates that we are 3.5 million homes short, pushing the price of housing up. A 1,200 home addition at whatever income level, whether market rate or below market rate, helps with this. You prevent displacement by building homes in a proposal like this, because when you don't build these homes, the wealthier folks who would have been able to afford the market rate homes aren't going to be the ones moving out to Dublin or Pleasanton or the Central Valley and commuting in. They will be able to afford housing in Daly City, and they will push up the price of the more naturally affordable existing units existing in the neighborhood. There is also a lack of green space in Daly City, due in part, may I add, to some of the highest minimum parking requirements on the peninsula, which promote asphalt to house cars over soil to grow trees, and which is in your power as a city council to change. This lack of green space is a detriment to the city, and I agree with all the commenters who have said that. This preliminary proposal is not perfect. I wish it was more transit-oriented, more bicycle-friendly, and had fewer but taller buildings that permitted the preservation of the garden. I do not believe that we should let perfect be the enemy of the good, because this proposal does attempt to address all three of the crises I highlighted. It provides revenue for the district, and it will add over 1,000 housing units, which helps address our housing crisis by building homes where people want to live. And it also adds more green space than it takes away. Also, please do not do an environmental impact report. CEQA has been used over and over again to delay and make infeasible multifamily housing in California. And I would encourage you to please not do that, because then you will never get funding for the district from this type of proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Gladwin D'Souza.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Gladwin D'Souza, Conservation Chair at the local Sierra Club. Thank you for delaying the general plan updates. The subdivision map builds discrimination into the land use pattern against low-income persons by trading public uses for a private gentrifying use. The driving layout in this subdivision map makes it impossible to address the carbon footprint and pollution reductions required by SB 32 and SB 375, which the EIR will show. The resultant cancer, asthma, and auto collisions prevent people from being active, leading to diseases such as obesity, heart disease, and diabetes. The map makes it dangerous for children, the elderly, and displaced low-income residents to walk to essential services and transit. At the nexus of three freeways, this project is designed to increase pollution to residents. It literally cuts off the ability of green infrastructure to reduce pollution and mental health by bulldozing over 300 trees and the garden at the site. This is a bad polluting layout that teaches a wrong lesson to our youth about the environment and discrimination. Please ask that the map be redrawn to preserve the garden, species, and trees at the site for future generations within a walkable development that has more affordable housing. We are asking for a better project that doesn't discriminate against low-income residents, and that the city develop open space and affordability that meets the needs of the community. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have John Tu.
Thank you. My name is John Tu, a Daly City resident. I would like to address this notion that if you do not support this project, you do not support teachers. This narrative is quite toxic, as it pits those who supports positive open space versus teacher. What is lacking is transparency and detail on this proposed finances. Why can't we get more open spaces and affordable housing? What I've not heard much today is NIMBY, but people passionate about their community and requesting modifications to the project. Having the school says you cannot provide this information because it hurts their negotiation is not a valid reason to provide incomplete information to determine the validity of the details of the project. More information and details are essential so we can provide productive comments to not stop this project, but improve it. I have no issue with increasing density to achieve the finances required for the project if the project can increase the number of affordable health units on site, and just meeting the city requirement is not sufficient for land that is currently public land. So if you want to help not just the school, but the public in general, then increase the number of affordable units overall, not just meet the minimum requirements. According to the city's open space master plan, this section of Daly City has a significant lack of open space within 10-minute walking. And this site is the core of that open space deficit. So if you're going to amend the general plan and rezone the site, then you should take the opportunity to provide further open space than proposed. Additionally, as I'm reading the staff report and the phasing program, it appears that the open space and project parks are proposed in the last phase. So what is the recourse if the project stops halfway and the project's never constructed? I hope the details in the development agreement addresses this issue. I hope the council directs the developer and school respond to public comments and provide more details so that the members of the public can help understand the constraints and provide feedback on both to achieve a high quality project for all stakeholders. What I'm asking for is not to deny the project, but ask for more information so we can see how we can push for more affordable housing and open space that is publicly accessible. Yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor John Tu was the last called speaker. However, there are 14 additional members of the public that would like to make public comment.
Thank you, Leilani. I will allow the 14 members to speak and at this point, and that will be the cutoff. Thank you.
Okay, so Debbie Santiago, you will be the last called speaker for the additional comments. I will continue with Lila Magbalong.
Hello, everyone. I am a senior at Jefferson High School, and I would like to voice my support for the Ceremony Del Rey housing project. In the past few years, I have seen some wonderful and influential teachers leave the Jefferson High School district for better paying jobs in another district. And I know some of my teachers have to commute for hours because they cannot afford a house on the peninsula. Additionally, I have not had some of the opportunities that other students have had in school, like participating in a dissection with my freshman biology class and going on field trips because of the district's lack of funding. All teachers deserve to be paid for the incredibly difficult and influential job that they do, especially those living in one of the most expensive areas in America. This project will be extremely beneficial for our district's educators, students, and community in general. I would also like to speak on the incredibly inappropriate and threatening behavior that I have experienced from people who oppose the development. When visiting the garden with the Student Advisory Council, we were met with hostility and uncomfortable comments made by two men who are directly mocking the school board members and district faculty that we were with. I didn't feel welcomed at this community garden, and I am concerned with the amount of misinformation being spread regarding this plan. I employ City Council members to read very carefully into what this plan really entails and do their own research on this project in order to get the full picture. I very much value and advocate for green space and sustainability and would like to see that be created for the community in a way that has more integrity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Angela Solis.
Good evening, Mayor Manalo and council members. I know it's a long night, so I appreciate you taking the time to take our comments. On behalf of HLC, our organization works with community partners and leaders to create and preserve affordable homes. And the Serramonte Del Rey proposal of a site for affordable homes aligns with HLC's mission. So we urge the proposal to include a partnership with the reputable nonprofit housing partner to ensure we build as many affordable units as possible and that these homes stay affordable. This affordable housing piece is particularly important because it's an opportunity to provide housing for our most vulnerable community members, as Kalisha mentioned before me, and meets the very urgent need for more housing, as to echo what many others have said tonight. Additionally, the proposal includes increasing the amount of open space and creating more green space for the people of Daly City to enjoy. And the proposal has also included the inclusion of the community garden to benefit the community. Along with creating more deeply affordable homes, this proposal will provide a much needed funding for the Jefferson Union High School District. As we've heard from teachers tonight, our teachers are integral parts of our community and deserve to be able to live comfortably where they teach. Not only will our teachers benefit from this, but so will their students. We urge City Council to approve this preliminary plan and further their dedication to inclusion and diversity in Daly City, so long as the proposal can also ensure a partnership with a reputable nonprofit builder. This is an opportunity we can't pass that can create new homes for our neighbors and avoid displacement while creating new and inviting spaces for our community. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Olga P.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and everyone. Now, just a little bit of history. So I'm a daughter of a bracero worker from the 1940s, and I know too well the backbreaking work of farm workers and immigrants who are contracted to perform this work. My dad spoke about the boycott that became well known as the boycott of the grapes. Started by Filipinos and joined by Mexican Americans, and how farm workers and corporations took advantage of them. As I reflect back to his stories, this great boycott was much more than just about pay and working conditions. It was about corporate wealth and exploitation. In our present day, it's still about corporations with tech and biotech, along with developers. Again, the focus being on corporate wealth versus human health and well-being. What open land brings are much more valuable to humans than any proposed development. They fulfill the need of sustainable, pesticide-free, healthy eating, community togetherness, and in nurturing our planet. Lastly, my family and friends have not moved due to the lack of housing availability. It's because there's a lack of affordable housing. However, this was brought upon by tech and biotech wages that drove up the cost. So I think it's best to throw the torch back to these companies who are sitting back quietly and ask for them to invest in communities and devise a plan for affordability and not continue to unfairly hand over this problem to cities, causing gentrification, overburdening neighborhoods with high density, high-rise buildings, taking away precious open lands, parks, gardens, and trees that help in our severe climate crisis, as I'm sure teachers are very well aware. As realtors say, location, 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 and this is not the right location. Our ancestors brought us a lot of wisdom, and their wise words will say that farming needs to return, encourage, and appreciate it, regardless of who owns it. After all, the majority of our property taxes go to our public schools. Tech and biotech have all the means and can afford every step of the way to provide affordability back to communities. We don't have the means, and our health cannot afford the loss of nature, open spaces, parks, and gardens. And for these reasons, with the highest respect to teachers, I do not support this proposal. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sharon Murphy. Sharon, I'll need to promote you to panelist temporarily to make your comments. You'll be limited to 2 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. A single parent of 4 children in the Daly City area, I can certainly relate to the financial struggles of living out in here. I've always been an active parent of my children's schools. They are all products of the Jefferson Elementary School District and Jefferson Union High School District. 2 of my older children have graduated from Westmore High School and have since graduated college. Finishing college and pursuing their careers did not just happen by chance. I'm a firm believer that this is because of the environment they were given by the district, the support and encouragement from their teachers. Currently, I have a child who's a sophomore and an 8th grader. It saddens me to know that there are open positions, staff positions, lack of substitutes, and some are considering leaving the area for the same reason as everybody else, their low pay. This is due to a large disparity in funding among school districts within the same state. It saddens me to know that our current and future students in our area are not given the same valuable opportunity with qualified educators like other school districts. I agree with some of the information being provided may be skewed. I think it appears that it's being painted a different picture as the plans were not presented tonight. I support this district plans to fund students' education. I appreciate the school district for their creative thinking. This will not only solve the current teacher retention issues, but it will also significantly change the directions of education of our future students. Bottom line is our children need consistent, committed educators and continuity. Students should not have to sacrifice, nor should teachers. They are valuable to our students' success. Therefore, we need to value their worth. We ask our children to think big. Well, these plans are big and an absolute brilliant solution for the school district's future financial concerns. And we only have plenty to gain. Thank you for allowing me to speak and for the further discussion. And I implore you to approve this preliminary plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Benjamin McMullen.
Yes, good evening, council members. I would like to speak in support of this project. Again, my name is Ben McMahon. I am the Systems Change Advocate at Center for Independence of Individuals with Disabilities, where our mission is to provide support services, community awareness, and systems change advocacy to people with disabilities. All too often, we see a lack of affordable, accessible housing in San Mateo. I can't tell you how many people with disabilities have to move out of San Mateo County to find affordable housing because it is just not available within the county. We're talking people that need deeply affordable housing. And I believe that any affordable housing we can create for this population and others that need it, we should take advantage of and hold on to. It's just, we need it badly, and I encourage the council to move forward with this project in order to make affordable housing available to people with disabilities and other San Mateo County residents that need it and depend upon it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Kelsey Baines.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am representing Peninsula for Everyone in support of this proposal. We advocate for more homes for people of all income levels, for better transportation, and for protecting tenants. We're disappointed to see that we're not going to have any action on this item tonight. And I think there's been an unfortunate amount of misinformation about this project due to a change.org petition that got some virality. I think it's been a bit like a game of telephone. I even saw a San Francisco-based group sharing the petition saying, "Save San Jose's community garden." So I think it's important to recognize that this proposal wouldn't sell any public land, but lease it, which would provide much needed revenue for public schools. And I think we've heard really compelling testimony from teachers this evening representing that need. But I think the other big selling point of this project from our perspective is that it provides 1,235 new homes, which represent a meaningful step forward in addressing our region's housing shortage, which right now is causing skyrocketing housing costs, pushing people into poverty, pushing people into homelessness, and displacing teachers and other essential service workers. And I think in addition to just the housing, there's lots of other community benefits, a Head Start program, expanded parks, more open spaces, a new community garden, one that's ADA accessible. And I am sympathetic to the concern that there isn't enough affordable housing, but it's important to understand the trade-off is if subsidized housing costs $600,000 a door, putting a bunch of subsidized housing will mean less funding for the school district. Just want to encourage folks who want more affordable housing to get involved with the housing element process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Melinda Hugh.
Hello, my name is Melinda. I live a few blocks away from the site, and I'm currently on the Daly City Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I am excited for a new pedestrian-oriented neighborhood that adds much-needed housing in the region and will give me neighborhood commercial that I can actually walk to instead of drive. I have two comments on the precise plan. The first is that I would like the driveway along Ceremony Boulevard on parcel B to be removed as it creates bicycle and pedestrian hazards. As I understand it, the lower level parking and the upper level parking connects with a ramp. So I think the driveway on Ceremony Boulevard should be removed and cars should use the upper level driveway. The second comment is that I would like to see open space that is part of parcel B be programmed. It should have an interesting play area similar to the recently redeveloped Alta Loma Tot Lot, a community garden space, and half a basketball court instead of a large square of grass, which will just stay wet in Daly City. I heard a lot of comments about green space or open space in the community. I grew up in Daly City, and when I was growing up in Daly City, I remembered that schools were actually open to the community for use during outside school hours and during the weekend. I remember when I was at Westmore, I walked the track with a lot of ladies that lived in the neighborhood. It was open to everyone. And I feel instead of fighting about this one kind of piece of land, we should really be asking the school districts to open up that space again so that we have access to open space and recreation. Thank you for your time. And I look forward to kind of the next iteration of this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Russell Lee.
Hi, I just want to say that I 100% agree that teachers deserve to be paid more to keep them here. And I also believe that teachers deserve, to know how much they're, proposed or willing to get if, this market rate housing goes forward. And the fact that, the revenues, like long-term revenues of how the project, like projected revenues haven't been disclosed. There haven't been any guarantees for how much teachers are going to get in raises and what the prospected project would have on an effect on teacher retention rates is just kind of confusing to hear so many like I understand that people are like we should be rallying for like teachers to have more pay, but it's just really toxic to pit that against people who want to preserve like a community garden and green space, because we all acknowledge that we don't have enough of that in Daly City or South San Francisco or the peninsula. I don't know, it's just so shady, like just like all these yimbys, all these like people who are just like saying like people are misinforming on like what like the community garden is or like what Westmore Park means to them and things like that. It's just so toxic. Like I'm just ashamed that like I don't know, like they claim that they're for like working class people, yet they're advocating for 1,600 units in market rate housing. That is disgusting. I don't know. It's just this is bad. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And just, yeah, I don't know. Please, yeah, like when the vote comes up, please vote no and whatever. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Edward Lopez.
Good evening. I am a teacher of the Jefferson Union High School District for the last 25 years. I teach the Community Environmental Education program. I'm very aware of all the green space available in Daly City. My class has done a lot of volunteer work throughout Daly City. And I'm very much in favor of this project as a teacher and as a member of the community. And I would like to see this move forward. I back up all of what the advocates of this proposal say. I'm also a little disappointed that we were not allowed to present the presentation tonight, and hopefully we'll get a fair airing at the future dates. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jose Perez.
Hi, I am a community member of Daly City, and I vote to save the garden because it is wrong to continue destroying green space where where people and youth can come learn and gain knowledge and gain more connection with the land, and I am ashamed that the teachers are not being paid enough to live to live stable where they have to teach, and it is not right, and this isn't the way. It is very wrong to continue to also you're pretty much destroying a resource for the students. It's an essential resource for them to learn, and it's something very important. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mike Dunham.
Good evening, Mayor Manalo, the rest of the council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Mike Dunham. I'm a lead with Peninsula for Everyone and speaking in strong support of this project. I think the fact that we're sitting here listening to public comment so late is a symptom of how the housing crisis has swallowed up every other public policy issue in the Bay Area and in most of California. I am sure your siblings on the school board did not run for office, run for the school board and expect to be property developers. But then they get there, they look at their books, they look at what it takes, having the resources to do right by kids, and there's just no way to make it work. I think we've seen the effects of Prop 13 have compounded over decades to underfund our schools. And, if it were easy to raise taxes, if it were easy to pass parcel tax, I'm sure they would have done it. But you can't go back to that well over and over and over. And what they can do is look at the resources in front of them. They've got land that is underutilized that they could use to support students. That's a no-brainer. And they're not lining their pockets. These are public servants who are trying to do the best they can for kids. No one's trying to take a cut from a backhanded cut from the developer for handing over public land. That's not what's happening here. And the folks who say they stand with teachers, I get it. This doesn't seem like a great option. I'm sure the school board considered every other option before going down this route. And I would hope you would stand with them, stand with your siblings on the school board, support the students in the district, support the teachers in the district. And I urge you to approve this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Marguerite Machen. Marguerite?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Those steps take a minute, excuse me. Good evening, everybody, and thanks for continuing the comments because I've been in a car with a computer laptop. I just pulled over to speak. So my name is Marguerite Machen. I am a substitute teacher for the Jefferson Union High School district and a proud union member under our amazing president, Ms. Monica Casey. And I would like to share my support for the Serramonte Del Rey project, as well as the new development on the former Westmore Park land. I've spent approximately 12 hours reading, researching both projects, the different perspectives, as well as having extensive discussions with individuals and different views. I was very happy to just hear Ed Lopez because Mr. Lopez was one of the folks I first wanted to talk to based on his reputation and his care for the community, the outdoors. Him and both Reno, as you all know, have been running amazing programs for decades. So Ed was one of my first go-tos on my short list. What does Ed think? And as you heard, Ed is also in support of this project. Excuse me. I've weighed out all the pros and cons of what I have been given with this 12 hours. I know there's a lot more details. And my objective opinion is that it is best for our community to have these sites developed as proposed. My mother and I had complained for for several years about the eyesore of the former Westmore Park, which is just steps away. I think I can get to the park. I live on Verano Drive, just a few houses down. When I walked to the park yesterday to take a gander, it's just as, I cannot even think of the proper words, just as, my mom used to say raggedy, so I'm just going to use her word because I can't think of the proper norm. It's just not, it is an eyesore. It is a raggedy park and has been for several, I want to say almost 20 years. When we go for walks, when I was her full-time caretaker, she would trip. There would be doo-doo everywhere. There were dogs without leashes, and it just has no order. So that is, oh my gosh, my time ran out. But anyways, that's what I wrote also an email to you all in case this did happen. But as I mentioned, I did my due diligence, and that is my stance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Debbie Santiago.
Yes, hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I thank you for taking the opportunity to hear what I have to say. I am a young elder Washoe member of the Nevada-California tribe, and I'm also with the San Francisco American Indian Cultural Center and the Cultural District of San Francisco, because here in Daly City, we do not have anything here for our Native people. So I have come here because I have been coming to the garden a little more than 18 years, even though it's been in existence for 20 years. And even though the school district says it is not a community garden, it became a community garden, and it is well maintained and well covered. I have been in and out of there having ceremony with my family, and as this past week, we honored into the fall. This is the time of year for all California tribes to honor into the foods that are here when we have our ceremonies and dance and songs when we can't get back home. This was the place to go, plus several other places in San Francisco. And I understand there is a need for low income housing because there are 4 high rises there and only 1 place for the building. And there should be a place and a portion reserved for my relatives, the Rumatushaloni, which we sit and stand and live on their land. And at the same time, as nonprofits should be also a part of this area to become. And knowing that there has been a lot of speaking out from the school district to show their guidelines of what this project is about. I'm in favor to keep the garden going. Moving it would be a travesty, and at this part. And as a Native woman, and asking for these things for all Indigenous people and of color. I thank you for your time.
Don't have time to speak.
No.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, one new hand did raise after last called speaker. Mayor, you're muted.
It's the final one. If we're going to keep going, this is the final one. We're going to have a propose a continuation on this. We'll have more ability to have public comment, but this will be the last one on here. And I see hand raised also on the screen, and I haven't heard her speak yet. So Kalima, is Kalima on the list?
Those are the panelists, Mayor. You can call. I'm working off the attendees.
Okay.
So I'll call the last attendee, Jung Kim.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mayor, and everyone else letting me speak for the last person. I just want to speak one thing. My daughter, who now is 3.5, and me have came to this garden basically every day ever since December of 2019 when we moved into Daly City. Up until about 6 months ago, we moved to San Francisco. We would have not survived pandemic without the garden. And I can assure to most of the regulars who come to the garden that we were there morning and afternoon every day. And I want to say education doesn't just happen in school. It happens everywhere. And especially for the young kids who are not yet in public school, who are any age from 0 to 3, who has so much potential for like major development in their brain happens in that age. They need people around them. They need nature around them to learn. And Daly City, I'm sorry, but they don't have a lot of it. And the garden is very, very crucial for the Daly City community, and especially for the community in that neighborhood. And I've made so many friends and so many like valuable people that I still keep close, even if I'm in San Francisco. And it really needs to be protected for at all cost. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Mayor, that ends all new comments for our attendees list.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Kalima's hand up. So at this time, Kalima, if you'd like to say some words.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So first, I just want to thank all the speakers. I've taken everything in, and I want to thank the staff at Daly City for all their help. They've been extremely helpful to us through this process, and I'm so grateful for your work and your partnership. And I feel like I've gotten to know you all a lot better. So I feel like that's great for our school district. And I want to say that, I'm sorry, I don't want to be emotional because I don't want to attract the attention to my emotion, but it's very hard to sit here and hear the accusations being tossed at the district. I have the utmost respect for all of you. And I think you all know me and know my character. And I would never be a part of the things that we're accused of. I understand that people are going to disagree with what we're doing. That is fine. No one, we didn't get a lot of fans with parcel taxes. There were people that disagreed with those too. But I don't understand why we have to attack the character of the district and accuse us of lack of transparency, accuse us of, all these other things, when all we're trying to do is support all of our community's children. We came to the city council very early on with the plan of developing housing. Like, this was not something that we were hiding. All the documentation very clearly stated that there would be high rises, the type of buildings that there were going to be. I've been very open and available. If anyone on the council had a question, I would have been more than willing to sit down and talk to you and answer any questions that you may have had. There has been misinformation. Maybe we're wasting times arguing over the semantics, but as a school board member, we've wanted to be good community partners. And so we've kept our properties open for the community. But now it's like, if we allow community members on our property, do we lose the ability to reprogram it in perpetuity? Is that going to be the same for every single, is that true for the tennis courts? Is that going to be true for the pool? Like, we can never change anything. If it's been for 20 years been used for one purpose, it can never be changed, even if it's our property. Yeah, we hear the community garden. If we'd have been allowed to give the presentation, you would have seen we've included a community garden in the development because we've heard that need. I understand that people don't want us to move the garden, but again, the argument for green space, we're doubling the amount of green space. The argument for trees, there will be more trees on the development once we're done than there is previously. The argument for affordable housing and against what people are labeling as luxury homes. As Mayor Manalo knows, because she was trying to help me, I had a lease that I was getting ready to sign to move to Tracy because I couldn't find market rate housing. I don't qualify for affordable housing. Every place I went to try to find market rate housing had so many people applying that they could be so prejudicial. No one would rent to a single mother. And they were blatant in saying that to me. They said, we're not going to rent to you because you're a single parent. And so I was getting ready to leave. And the only reason I was able to stay in Daly City in market rate housing is because another friend vouched for me to the landlord with elected officials. And that's how I was able to stay here in market rate. So this demonization of market rate housing is baffling to me. Every housing that people work in is workforce housing. My son, the reason why we had speakers here, I went into this saying, I want to build as much affordable housing as possible. There's the 10%. If we can build more, I would love to build more. If we could find a developer that could build more on the parcel that we're going to give them, I'm all for it. But my fiduciary responsibility is to my students and to my teachers. I do not understand why we are being made the villains in this. And again, my son, who is an adult, and this is the reason why I was working with Housing Choices, is because I was like, we can also provide a percentage of these housing to people and adults with intellectual disabilities. My son is going tomorrow to look at a house. He's been on the waiting list for 4 years, and he finally found a place in San Jose. He has to leave the county. As much as I've given to this community, I'm going to have my son not live here because there's no place for him to live. The housing has to be built. We have to build this housing. If not on our location, where? Where? And again, we are not against the environment. We went into this saying, how do we build the model neighborhood that increases the amount of green space? I know people are upset about the amount of the parking, but we talked to the community, and the number one issue for the people who actually live around here was don't bring in more parking. So we're building parking, which makes enemies with the people who are like environmental. They're like, you have too much parking. So we change that. And then people like, you need to do this. So we change that. And people like, you have to include this. So we change that. The goal line keeps getting moved. Where is the finish? So I don't want to keep ranting. I'm really sorry. I'm just trying to battle back the disappointment. I'm more than willing to continue talking about this and seeing where we can help. But, you know, we aren't exactly, we're not the big bad developer here. We're a school district that's trying to fund our teachers. And if anyone can tell me another way to bring in money to the district, I am all ears, because trust me, I would not be pushing through this route if there was another easier way to get money. The reason why we haven't disclosed is because your staff can tell you when you're negotiating with the developer, if you give them your ceiling, there's no room for us to negotiate. We're not trying to be nefarious. We're just following the advice given to us by the consultants that we've paid. Why would we pay them if we're not going to follow their advice? So again, I look forward to working with you, but I would just say, you know us as a district. We would not intentionally do anything to cause problems with this. We want to continue working with you. We're just asking that, we assume good intentions here. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Saluhaddin, for your comments, Kalima. And I want to thank everyone again for joining this evening to provide your input on Serramonte Del Rey. I shared this earlier in the beginning of my comments, that the reason in regards to the continuation was really around being able to have more dialogue around the affordable housing program. I said it earlier as well. This land that the district owns is not a small development. It is a large development that is going to be right in our Daly City community. Now, that doesn't mean I'm against development. I think that we need to have time to dialogue, as Kalima mentioned, in regards to, what is that affordable housing program? And when we talk about the staff and teacher housing that was indicated earlier, and that went to the voters, and everyone worked together, from the teacher unions to, the teachers, and also, like students and family members that cared about having this staff housing. It's here. It's going to be here, and that's pretty amazing to see. But there's some aspects of this project that need to be flushed out as far as the affordable housing program. The Jefferson Union High School's teacher and staff housing, that came prior to this plan, a large development plan that is on our table today. I know that I hear that it's definitely to support the teachers and to make sure that they remain. I hear that. I am in alignment with that. I am a Jefferson Elementary Union High School alumni. And so I know the dedication of the teachers that have given so much to the community. But this is today is I'm proposing a continuation to have more dialogue around the affordable housing piece. I've heard it where there needs to be more housing for all abilitied persons. We need to have market rate, below market rate, affordable housing. These are all components that we need. And I've heard the word as well. There is an opportunity at hand as a community in collaboration with the Union District, with the folks that have spoken today that really care about, our teachers as well as the environment. And I'd like to ask if, and this was brought forth earlier, if there was ever even the idea of looking to see if there was some sustainability for this community garden that is on the district land, but people utilize it. Has there ever been some sort of analysis in order to keep it and also build a housing? It's a large site. I mentioned it's like 16 and a half American football fields. Like, let us work together. I think we can work together. Like, everyone on the call cares. And that's why everyone took the time this evening. And so there's just some things I hope that as the Affordable Housing Committee meets, we're able to also provide that report to the community and have a full-on presentation. But those are some of my questions. I think, what's happening here is it has to be this or that. And maybe we're not thinking beyond this or that. And maybe there is something where we can meet in the middle and fit both goals. That is where I'm at. I see if there's any other comments. I know that we're at a motion, but if there's any dialogue within my colleagues at this time, we are continuing this item, so we will have opportunity to discuss further and see the presentation. But those are some of the reasons why, and I think there is an opportunity to be able to do both and work together. Is that Council Member DiGiovanni?
Thank you, Mayor. I share the sentiment of hoping we can work together because we are a community. And I think that that is ideal. We shouldn't be pitted against one another. I think that workable as far as respecting the Ohlone with all the 20 years of, you can't just move that. It's impossible. You cannot move it. I mean, that's impossible. Other thoughts, like we're going to be going through is cost benefit analysis inside the EIR that Councilmember Sylvester had spoke about the EIR, but make sure there's a cost benefit analysis. And then the subcommittee will be working on the affordable housing piece. And, like, we got to keep the teachers. Yes. I just want to clarify how development money can be used. Not saying one thing or the other. I just need my own clarification. And for others that have been asking, how can this development money be used for the teacher's salary? Because I thought that the teacher's salary could only come from public funds. So I would need a little bit more clarification on that. Perhaps I'm not misunderstanding something, but that would be helpful. Not saying anybody's misleading anyone, but I think that the love and the passion that we heard tonight clearly demonstrates the love of the community. So we really need to work on that. The traffic engineer part, and then people don't know that, but that's a seasonal wetland on that community garden. It is a seasonal wetland, and to destroy a wetland would be pretty sad. So we need to respect the indigenous at the same time, not seeing that is intentional is. That's a lot of units. I think, not to make a joke, I'm not making a joke, but it is more than the residents of Colma at the present time with the 400 of the teacher housing, which is great, fantastic staff. And then the 1,223. And we also have to consider the wastewater, the services, everything that Daly City needs to provide in that manner for those costs as well. So, but I think moving forward, and appreciate all the speakers, the passion, the love for the community. And can the families, the students, can they afford to live in those units? I don't think so, because even at Westlake Apartments, there's so many vacancies in those apartments. I'm concerned about these places. If people cannot afford Westlake Apartments, which are kind of pricey, but are not market rate, if they cannot do that, can they afford, will they leave and not live in those spaces of 1,200? So those are things that just off the top of my head, but the love and the passion for the community is there, and hopefully we can move forward from there. And I thank the mayor, thank you, and Councilmember Sylvester and my colleagues and community, and the planning as well, and Ms. Morales, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I see a hand up from my colleague, Councilmember Bonaventura.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to obviously I want to thank you for actually moving to continue this item. I think I'm keeping an open mind about the issues here, and I think the issues are great, and I'm not wedded to one way or another, but I am really listening intently with the community feedback on both sides. And I think it is too great of an issue to not take the time to talk about the affordable housing component as you expressed your concern for. So I'm very interested in hearing about that, and as well as the other issues that were raised. So I think it's a good idea, and so I support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonaventura. Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, this was a lot this evening. I want to first start off by thanking Trustee Kalima Salahuddin in her and the board's forward thinking. I think it's a marvel idea. Yes, the school district has been forthright. We knew about this plan quite some time ago when we approved and moved ahead with the teacher housing. But I heard a term tonight that was used, and it says high rise. Well, I didn't, and this is what caused the doubt in my mind. Yes, we knew some more buildings were coming, but I didn't know that they were going to be high rises. What constitutes a high rise? 3 stories, 4 stories? And that's the doubt that I have. I've always supported Jefferson Union High School District in their ways of thinking what's best for the kids, what's best for the community, and basically what's best for everyone. And I don't know the secret to success, but I do know the way to failure, and that is trying to please everyone. The plans have been provided. I'm looking forward to seeing more and hearing more about the plans. However, I'm on the fence at this time based upon the comments I've heard tonight and basically some missing information that I don't have. Yes, I respect the negotiation aspect, and you can only provide so much information, but a speaker said it tonight. What is the pro forma? If you build X number of units, what is the estimated income that can be generated for the community, for the school district? And speaking of the community, how is the community, other than the children, other than the teachers, but the surrounding community? If I lived over there in that area, how would I feel? So, you know, we have to come to a happy medium here, and I think it can be done. So if we can, as I said, I look forward to hearing additional information. And also, I'm looking forward to this council negotiating on what we would like to see as well. For instance, mental health a location, low-income homes for the disabled, the veterans, and low income. And another speaker made mention, the city says 10%. Why can't we ask for more? Why not 20%? So, you know, pencils are going to have to be sharpened here. And once we sharpen those pencils, I think we can come together and support this initiative, this plan development, and to where we will try to satisfy as many people as we can. So I'm actually looking forward to it, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Our Vice Mayor Das Magwal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to give you props in taking a stand to move the discussion later on to gather as much information. I just want to go ahead and thank all the staff that's involved, JUHSD, our city staff, and all the people that spoke today. It was definitely an education process of understanding all sides of what's going on in this project. And despite the emotions that are running high on both sides, I think it's also a sign of growth. You know, it shows a symbol of care. It shows that people want to see both equity and to address current social issues. So thank you, Mayor, for providing that space and the time to gather as much information. Thank you for all those that spoke and had patience to listen to everyone.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Das Magwal, for that. I've had all my colleagues speak at this time. I will echo thank you to everyone that spoke this evening, all community members on all perspectives and sides, the Jefferson Union High School District as well on your effort, and staff. I know that Ms. Carmelisa Morales and Ms. Motherhead has been working diligently on this. There's still more work ahead of us. I think this is why it's important for us to have dialogue and this continuation of seeing where we can find a resolve. And I believe that it's through communication and discourse and being able to move towards the next steps. And we mentioned it today, right? What is the affordable housing plan? Is there a possibility to, work together and find a common ground? So I thank everyone again. At this point, I call the question to my motion, and my motion is to continue the item number 9, the preliminary plan review of the proposed precise plan for the redevelopment of Ceremony Del Rey campus at 699 Ceremony Boulevard to a date certain, October 25th, Monday, 2021. I got a second by Council Member Raven Ventura earlier. And at this point, may we have roll call, City Clerk.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes.
I did see, and it looks like he took his hand down. Mr. Tom Norris has his hand up for quite some time. I was wondering if it was pertaining to this matter before we move the vote.
I'm not certain. Is he on the panel? Because we did have public comment earlier already. Ms. Leilani Ramos, can you clarify?
Mr. Norris is a panelist.
Okay, Mr. Norris, I'll give you the opportunity to speak at this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and esteemed City Council. You've had a very tough night tonight. I've sat in your seats and had to do this many times as well with difficult issues that have to be reconciled, and I hope that you will move in the right direction. As you know, my connection with the high school district goes very, very deep. I was first elected to the school board 40 years ago in 1981 and served for 33 years until 2014. And I can only share with you the fact that we have always been a low wealth school district, never enough money to be able to do what we need to do, never enough to be able to retain staff, because as soon as we get great teachers in and they realize they can't afford to live with us anymore, they would move south. It's just something that's been going on for decades. And 30 years ago, we developed the football field up there at Ceremony. You see those apartments up there? They're on 99-year land leases. And the medical building on Campus Drive, that's the football field. That's a 99-year land lease that we granted them and that the City Council approved, and which has brought in millions of dollars to the school district to allow the district to try and provide the best education possible. And yet it's still not enough. We have leased out every inch of Ceremony Del Rey within that school building when it was closed. And we even had to worry about negotiating who was going to be able to keep the Coke machines in the hallway when we still used to have Coke machines there, because that was revenue for the district. We're a low wealth district. And this is like a golden opportunity now to be able to serve the same community that you serve and the school district serves, our youth, our future, and give them the type of opportunity that they need to have the highest quality education, something that we always try to give, but down the peninsula, they always seem to do a little bit better. So I'm hoping that you will work in collaboration. The district has always worked very well with the city. We've always collaborated. You're going to have to make some tough decisions, and maybe you're going to make some people unhappy, but that just comes with the territory. We have to make sure that this opportunity is not lost for the school district, because It's probably the last one they're going to have to be able to make this district what it needs to be and to be able to provide the quality education for the children of Daly City. And so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for the opportunity. I was going to be part of the presentation. Maybe I will be next time around, but I appreciate the opportunity to at least share that with you. And good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Norris, on that final commentary for this evening. You know, I'll speak for myself. I think, you know, it's not that we don't understand that this project is to sustain our teachers. I don't think, you know, that's not where we're at. It's, you know, as a policymaker, there's other factors into very large developments like these that we need to look into. We talked about the affordable housing piece and that there's 10% of it. And, you know, at one point, the staff and teacher housing that the voters approved on was included in this large development, which was completely separate because that's what the people's voted on separately, right? So all these aspects around, we know there's needs in our community in finding more ways to have affordable housing, as mentioned in our community, for all abilities, you know, and below market rate housing integrated also with market rate housing, right? Like this is a very large plan. And so the continuation of it is to get more feedback and really fine tune this to where we garner that community feedback that we get from everyone and see where we can land. And this is the process of really being able to have that democracy in action, right? Like being able to hear people out and you know, continue this dialogue. And it's not necessarily saying, you know, we don't understand. There's just, we need more information, right? We need more information, and we have to be able to see that. For me, it's important to understand that because the affordable housing plan is important for such a large piece of land owned by the district. It's still something that we need to dialogue with the developer that was hired. We still need to dialogue with the Jefferson Union High School District. And so within the month or so, and also the questions around, has there been other ideas around where density could be on the site? I see a plan in front of us, but is there other ways to relocate the density or the housing in order to preserve some of the green space that is existing, such as a community garden? I mean, these are all questions, and hopefully as we circle back, we'll be able to hear back from the project's sponsor, JUHSD, and the developer. So thank you very much, everyone. I've called the question. I know it's 10:43 right now, and I really appreciate everyone's time on here. So may we have a roll call, please?
Point of clarification, please.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, Council Member Sylvester.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, would you kindly call the question in the sense as to who made the motion and who seconded for clarification, please?
Madam City Clerk, there's a point of clarification. And I've called roll call. But prior to that, point of clarification. Madam City Clerk, are you on there? I hear wind.
Can you?
I heard you and then you kind of disappeared. No, we cannot hear you at this point. We hear wind. Is there a deputy city clerk here that can take over? Madam City Clerk, are you speaking at this time? We can't not hear you at this point.
And the city attorney perhaps take the roll call or clarify the question?
I know the motion was made by the mayor, but unfortunately I did not hear the second. So perhaps we can clarify a second on the motion for clarification.
It was me.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Benaventura.
Sure.
So we do have the mayor as the first and Councilmember Benaventura as the second.
Yes, I did state that earlier.
And that was my point of clarification. I believe I made the second. So since this matter is being recorded, I'm willing to acquiesce at this time pending amendment on the minutes after.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Sylvester, one moment, point of order. It was seconded by Councilmember Buenaventura. That's to be clarified. I remember that very clearly when I made the motion. So
not a problem.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that. So just a point of order in that regard.
Okay. So call in a question from the mayor. So we have a first and a second on a motion to continue. Continuance, absent the city clerk. Can we have a roll call, please? Council member, I'll just go in order as I see it. Council member Sylvester.
Council member Sylvester, aye.
Council member Das Makwal. Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Council member DiGiovanni.
Aye. Aye.
Council member Benaventura.
Aye.
And Mayor Jocelyn Manalo.
Aye. Thank you very much.
So we do have a motion to continue till October 25th.
If I may interject, my device was not working. I have down here that Mr. Sylvester seconded the motion.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ms. Sapona, I remember very clearly that it was Councilmember Buenaventura. If we go back to the record.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Yeah, if you go back to the video. Okay. Okay, I think we're all cleared.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone that was here for item number 9. We'll see you on October 25th. And now moving on to item number 10. Item number 10, status update for hotel site requests for developer qualifications and proposals. We have Ms. Mothershead and Ken Hira from Cosmont. And this item is for information only.
I'm just actually going to introduce Ken. Ken's prepared a memo for the council and will provide an update, as Cosmont is the one who is assisting the city with the request for qualifications and proposals from the hotel development community. So I'm just going to pass it over to Ken.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. It's good to see you all again. We have prepared a memorandum. Cosmont Companies, I'm Ken Hira. My colleague with Joe Diegas is also on the line. We have prepared a memo to staff, essentially giving a status update to the RFQP, the request for qualifications and proposal process for the hotel site. You may recall that back in April, there was a decision made by the City Council to rescind any further extension of the ENA and development agreement negotiations with a limited liability company. That LLC was comprised of AF Canta and Majestic Hospitality. We were directed to issue, staff was directed to issue a new RFQP, request for qualifications proposal, to the marketplace. And that's what we embarked upon dating back to July 16th of this year. We issued that RFQP for the hotel site for development of a hotel to an extensive list of hotel firms, hotel brands, and frankly, it even included some service providers who are very well connected within the hotel industry. The original deadline was August 27th. That deadline was extended to October 15th. So we are still in process of this new developer selection process. But what we wanted to give you is a quick update, just given that the original expiration it was a few weeks ago, and the new expiration date is in a few weeks from now. There have been 4 submissions. We're still essentially reviewing those, but just by way of summary, those 4 submissions actually included AF Canta with a new partner, which is called IBF Hospitality. Majestic Hospitality, who was previously partnered with AF Canta, of course they've split, is also submitted with a new partner, Equinox Hospitality. A third submission included JM McClellan Development, and then the 4th is LF George Properties. Just keeping in mind that one thing we've faced in this hotel process in the development of hotels is, of course, COVID has really put a challenge on the hotel industry and the growth of the hotel industry. So construction costs continue to rise. Financing is a little bit challenging. So what's interesting about the 4 proposals is 2 of them are for 100% hotels, hotel rooms at 200 rooms for the site. 2 of the proposals actually have residential in addition to a hotel use. So we're finding that the market, I think, is looking at that site that's essentially entitled for hotel development, but it's starting to think about the idea that residential may be a viable use. So I'm just bringing that point to your attention because with the 4 proposals to date, only 2 are sole hotel use. In any event, the following the RFQP deadline, which is October 15th, we're just trying to propose to you all that you have some potential next steps. It is at your discretion. Clearly, you can interview all these submissions or all the respondents who provide submissions. You could create a short list to interview instead of all 4 or however many are submitted. You could select something less than the total number of respondents and create a short list for interviews in order to really conduct some further due diligence. The other thought would be at that time on October 15th or thereafter, you could consider even expanding the RFQP because the list of developers has been solely related to hospitality and hotels. So you could consider extending that date if you care to, and even expanding the RFQP application description to include other land uses, office, hotel, residential. And you can certainly choose an option that we haven't thought of, whether it's postpone or take a different direction. Of course, all of that is at your discretion. So we wanted to just give you an update. The memorandum, I hope you've had a chance to look at it, is 3 pages, and what's attached to it is also a list that we call non-exhaustive distribution list. And that's a list of 52 firms that received the RFQP. Also keeping in mind that that request for qualifications and proposal is clearly posted on your website. And in fact, I think from the list, 2 responded, which is AF Canta and Majestic, and 2 actually weren't on the list. So they must either know the site, have seen the RFQ on the website, or perhaps have relationships with the city. So that's the summary and the update. I'm certainly available for any questions. Like I say, I don't think there's an action needed tonight other than to give you all an update on the status.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hira, on basically the RFPs for the hotels. I think in regards to the next deadline, you said it's October 15th. The next steps you did propose were kind of how would we go about choosing the developer, right? Given the fact that right now there's 4, I think by October 15th, if there's any new submittals, then we can kind of assess what route we can move towards.
Correct.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from my colleagues at this time? Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you. So thank you very much for staying with us so late. Appreciate it a lot. So at least things are looking promising. And I don't know if this is appropriate time, but hopefully when we're reaching out again this time, that you'll have an opportunity, hopefully, to reach out to our Building and Trades and Labor Council, and just to reach out to them and let them know, and discuss a possible PLA, the Project Labor Agreement, that might happen this time around in some of these projects. It'd be great if they got great interest in it. There's a lot of people that are labor friendly, and we have a lot of labor people in our community that need employment. So if you could reach out to them, that'd be great. So in a Project Labor Agreement. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues in regards to the hotel? I do have a question. I know you mentioned that there's two potential candidates that actually added housing in with the hotel. And so is this pretty typical that you've seen? Are there any other models that you've seen in the Bay Area? And in those models, are they successful? And I think that's just kind of some of my first questions. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. I haven't seen a proliferation of this type of, I'll call it blending of uses necessarily, where residential and hotel are showing up on the same site plan, but there's a possibility that is the case, that there are those types of projects. I think the way I see it is because COVID had such an impact on the hospitality industry, and now it's trying to come back, and it's been a challenge based on, again, high costs and lesser access to financing and just more risk associated with it. I think developers are looking to make financial feasibility out of projects. I think that project costs have gone only up in the hospitality business, but I think there's the risk of, will the occupancy be there? And so I think they're trying to combine, my gut is they're trying to combine a residential land use, which has more land value, if you will, and more financial feasibility in combination with hotels. Just so you know, in one case, the proposer indicated there would be 230 residential / hotel units. So it wasn't totally clear how those would be divided and how they would be integrated. In another instance, there was a little bit of a concept plan provided that showed 2 separate buildings, Mayor, so that you actually had 200 residential units next to a hotel of 100 rooms. So essentially those projects in one sense are distinct from each other, but they are on the same site. So we can do more homework, and we plan to, based on these proposals, and obviously the financial feasibility of these proposals are going to become very important to the city.
Oh, will that even fit right next to each other? No, I'm sure they'll make it work.
Yeah, that's what the plans showed. Now, Joe and I aren't architects, but we just glanced at it, initially.
Okay. And from the analysis that you've done, are there any other particular uses that have come forth given the economic state? I mean, of course, I will say this for myself. I would love to see a hotel, right? Because we lack hotels in the city of Daly City. We have the Hampton Inn, and when someone actually says, "Oh, I stayed in Daly City," I already know. I'm like, "You stayed at the Hampton Inn," because we only have one. And so, but besides that, are there any other particular uses that you've seen come in demand, given the state we're in?
I haven't seen anything for this site in particular. I am curious what happens between now and October 15th in terms of any other submittals. I will just say that from a land use perspective, the asset classes that are in greatest demand today are clearly residential and industrial. So for that matter, those are the assets that are driving the most value. But there are going to be unique cases where hotel or office, can also be complementary to uses. It's just a function of the market and the demand in the market and the niche and the financial feasibility.
Okay, so you said residential and industrial. That's what I heard.
We're really driving the highest
So
land
industrial probably because of, is that more around like storage? Is that it? Like
It's really around fulfillment, e-commerce.
Yeah.
And as the retail industry is buying things, through really online and through the shipping process, if you will, there's kind of a shift in footprint from traditional brick and mortar retail to more fulfillment or e-commerce, which is really housed in industrial. Again, there are going to be certain market niches where that industrial makes more sense. You have a pretty urban environment that seems to be pretty, have a shortage of housing. So does many of the communities in California. So housing seems to be driving a lot of values in markets like yours.
Great, thank you. There's definitely not enough storage space for the industrial use on that site. But I'm glad that we at least had some submittals in, and hopefully we'll see where we land on the 15th. Councilmember Bonaventura.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, one of the things that we had talked about when we wanted a hotel, other than the importance of the TOT tax, was a place to, make Daly City sort of a map, a spot on the map, and in terms of like conventions and things like that. And because it's a perfect location right by the BART station. And so I'm not in favor of any kind of industrial use of that spot. I think it would be a waste of a resource and a waste of revenue for our city if we don't capitalize on some kind of hotel. I'm just curious about Ken, about what has been the market regarding what do industries that do conventions, what are they doing now? Are they really sort of phasing that out, or is there a plan to get back together with the anticipation that COVID is going to get better?
Yeah.
So what are people doing now, and what are they forecasting in the future?
Right. I will say that anecdotally, if you will, the in-person conferences have really started up again. So, in fact, we've just been, as a company, to 3, one of which was the League of California Cities in Sacramento that had 1,800 folks register, and it was a relative success. There's going to be an ICSC conference in December in Vegas. So I think the trend is to try to get folks back in person. However, having said that, I do think that conventions and like office space are going to face some evolution of how people are connecting. You know, we have done a pretty decent job of connecting virtually. I don't think there's a substitute for in-person connecting or networking or educating, but I do think that there's going to be some version of a hybrid when it comes to some of these events. And so I don't think that drives demand for more convention space. Having said that, one of the proposers who was going to blend residential and hotel also suggested to have a large conference center space, I think in their submittal of 30,000 square feet, and also a large athletic club. So that's pretty interesting. So that's one of the more interesting set of uses, again, combined on a site. We haven't studied it close enough to see if it makes any sense, but I don't think the trend is to create, you know, large convention spaces necessarily in the future. And just back to the industrial comment, I appreciate that. I understand it. Site's really not big enough, if you will, or suited for that type of land use as far as we can tell.
Thank you. I see no other comments from my colleagues at this time, no hands raised. And so thank you for that update. I think we will probably find out from the team if there's any new applicants, and then we'll move from there. So
yep, we'll be back in touch. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Moving on to resolutions. Item number 11, resolution adopting a tax rate structure for the voter-approved cannabis business tax. We have Mr. Tim Nevin. Hello.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, Dr. Vice Mayor, and council members. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing a tax rate structure for all cannabis businesses in Daly City as allowed in the Cannabis Business Tax Ordinance, Section 5.102 of the Municipal Code. In 2016, California voters enacted Proposition 64, intended to create a comprehensive system to legalize, control, and regulate the cultivation, processing, manufacture, distribution, testing, and sale of non-medical cannabis, and to tax the cultivation and retail sale of cannabis for non-medical use. In November 2018, Daly City voters approved a business tax on all cannabis businesses of up to 10% of gross receipts in anticipation of the future allowance of cannabis retail sales. 78% of Daly City voters in that election voted to approve the cannabis business tax. In October of 2019, the City Council adopted an ordinance, the Cannabis Ordinance, which authorized commercial cannabis activities and established a process for permitting and regulating commercial cannabis activities in Daly City. Most recently, in March 2021, the City Council approved a cannabis overlay district and adopted revisions to the cannabis ordinance, including changes to the regulation of commercial cannabis operations and establishment of fees for commercial cannabis business license submittals. At that meeting, the City Council discussed reviewing additional revenues from the cannabis ordinance at a future meeting, including the finalization of the excise tax. The cannabis ordinance allows the City Council to set by resolution a lower tax rate than the maximum tax rate of 10% approved by the voters in November 2018. In addition, the ordinance allows the City Council to enact different tax rates if they do not exceed the maximum tax rate of 10% of gross receipts. Currently, a proposed cannabis business in Daly City would be subject to the 9.875% local sales tax as a retail business, the standard Daly City business license tax of 0.11% of gross receipts, and the 15% state excise tax imposed on all retail producers of cannabis products. The Daly City excise tax would be on top of those three taxes. As background for developing an initial tax rate structure for Daly City, staff reviewed the excise taxes of local jurisdictions, to review the size of the excise tax and the structure of their program. And Table A below outlines those tax rates. As we can see in Pacifica, the tax rate on gross receipts is 6%. South San Francisco has a 3% tax rate, and that's on delivery-only operations and other commercial cannabis businesses. San Francisco has a tiered structure on non-medical gross receipts, 2.5% from 1 million to 1.5 million, and 5% from over $1.5 million. Redwood City is just almost completed establishing their program, and they have a 4% tax rate on gross receipts. Berkeley taxes medical gross receipts at 2.5% and non-medical gross receipts at 5%. Oakland has a similar tiered structure to San Francisco, where 0.12% of gross receipts are taxed up to $500,000 and 5% up to $5 million. City staff is providing two options for a cannabis rate structure in Daly City, given the existing tax rates and structures in local jurisdictions and the startup nature of cannabis businesses in Daly City. In both options listed below in Table B, staff recommends an initial excise tax for up to $1 million in gross receipts and a second tier tax for over $1 million in gross receipts. The adoption of this tiered rate will prevent the need to come back to the City Council as business grows in Daly City. So in Table B, the first two columns show a tax rate for up to $1 million, and the second column is over $1 million in gross receipts. The third and fourth column look at estimated annual revenue to the city, and this is.
Can you share a screen perchance?
Yeah.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I was looking at Table B in the first two columns are tax rates up to 1 million, and the second column is over 1 million, and then estimated annual revenue. Assuming that there are 4 businesses in the city averaging gross receipts of $500,000, I would consider that similar to maybe a startup cannabis retail location, or maybe a partial year's worth of sales. And then the last column is estimated annual revenue for, again, assuming 4 businesses in Daly City averaging gross receipts of $1.5 million. And that would be for a more mature cannabis retail location, maybe in year 2 or so. Scenario 1 shows a 2% tax rate for up to $1 million in gross receipts and a 4% tax rate for over $1 million in gross receipts. If column 3 was the actual scenario in the city that would bring in $40,000 in annual revenue to the city. If the businesses averaged gross receipts of averaging $1.5 million, that would be $160,000 in estimated annual revenue. Scenario 2 shows a situation where the tax rate of up to $1 million in gross receipts is 4% and over $1 million is 8%. Those would show annual revenue of $80,000 in the first scenario and $320,000 in the second scenario. The original ballot measure for the Daly City cannabis business tax projected that the ordinance would generate up to $450,000 in additional revenue for the city. This is based on a proposed maximum 10% tax on an estimated $4.5 million in gross receipts revenue from cannabis businesses. Based on the current recommended scenarios, the city would see approximately $440,000 to up to $320,000 per year in revenue from new cannabis businesses once they're up and running. Staff recommends that the city council adopt a resolution authorizing a new tax rate structure for cannabis businesses with gross receipts under 1 million and with gross receipts over 1 million, as shown in one of the 2 proposed scenarios in Table B. And staff is available to answer any additional questions by the mayor or council members. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and laying out kind of what the possibilities are in regards to this. When you mentioned scenario 1 and scenario 2, is that pretty much kind of the best, the only scenarios we can or proposed, just around your analysis, kind of looking at those first 2 scenarios, or is there opportunity to kind of expand and see how an expanded exercise?
There are 2 proposed scenarios, but the council can change the scenario at your discretion. Initially thinking about this cannabis business tax, if we were going to have only one rate and not a tiered rate, I probably would have had a staff recommendation of a low rate starting out so that the businesses could become established and start operations and sort of get their feet wet, and then maybe come back and increase it. In some scenarios, some cities imposed a high tax in the beginning of their programs and later realized that they were overtaxing their businesses, so they came back and lowered those tax rates. So I think that the tiered rate structure is a good structure, and it allows for a smaller rate when businesses are making less than $1 million in gross receipts, and then for gross receipts over $1 million where a business is more established, then a higher tax rate in that scenario.
Okay, thank you. And so in the comparisons to the other cities, were they just a flat rate across the board? Which ones were tiered rates?
So in Table A, the flat rates, they have flat rates currently in Pacifica at 6%, Redwood City's flat at 4%. San Francisco and Oakland have tiered structures that have different rates for different gross receipt levels.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Council Member DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Nevin, for being with us late at night and explaining everything. I have a question. I wasn't around when they did the measure, but it does sound like it was a pretty high percentage that people passed. Like what is being done to capture the, what is that? The delivery. Yeah, what is being done in Daly City to capture all the delivery that's going on with the cannabis? Any tax?
In
from that?
table A regarding the delivery that was enacted in South San Francisco, so that's not for an actual retail location that we're looking at in Daly City, and that
Right.
Ithaca has already passed and Redwood City has already passed. That was just a rate that South San Francisco had.
Okay. So nothing at this time, but I guess something in the future could happen. 'Cause I know that there's a lot of delivery going on.
Right, and also we could participate in the revenue for those types of sales, for example, that comes through the county pool taxes that come into Daly City, that we would get, economic activity that comes into Daly City.
Oh, okay. Because I was wondering, because I know there's a lot of delivery and even get advertisements in the mail, in our mailboxes about it. And and if they're going to be here, and probably some of the delivery is obviously for medical, then we need the tax benefit, right?
Yes, it's similar to, purchasing other products online and having it being delivered into the city, that some of the revenue does make its way into Daly City.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nevin. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So just for clarification, we do get point of sale or point of delivery, I mean. Do we get point of sale or end point of delivery? How does that work? Because I mean, if we're saying it's being delivered, then that's where the sales tax is being charged, or is it by, oh wait, that is the same point of sale. Like they basically will deliver it, and it's not necessarily where it's from. So is that included? Is that what you said?
Not included in directly in this tax. So the businesses that will be established will be businesses in Daly City. So as I mentioned, there'll be other types of revenue that the city will see, and that the state of California will see. The state of California taxes all cannabis businesses, such as the ones that will be in Daly City at a 15% rate, and that revenue goes to the state. Then there's the state sales tax that's 9.875% in Daly City, and Daly City will receive our usual Bradley Burns or normal sales tax of 1% approximately, and then the additional Measure Q half-cent sales tax on all these businesses as well. We'll also receive the smaller business license tax on all other businesses in Daly City. Will receive that same type of tax in Daly City business license, and then this is an additional tax on top of that.
Okay. I guess, I mean, this is not particularly in regards to cannabis, but do we receive every point of sale in Daly City? Like delivery?
We, yes, and those calculations change. I wouldn't say often, but they do change. But most cities are trying to recover the activity that takes place in their city, and to have that be reflected. And we do receive a good deal of revenue through the county pool that I mentioned. When sales tax dollars are dispersed, we do get a good amount of money into Daly City based on the activity, economic activity of the city.
So like I noticed when like there's DoorDash or Grubhub, there's like this sales tax that depending on where it's delivered, there's this extra tax associated to the delivery. Do we have that? I mean, I noticed that I see that. Is that what you're talking about? That particular tax?
We do get a piece of, yes, the tax for exactly that, the economic activity within the city of Daly City.
Okay. It just goes to the county and then it goes to us. It funnels down to us.
Occasionally, that's the way that the revenue comes in, through the county pool.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Council Member Benaventura.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Tim, can you walk me through again, what are the startup costs for a cannabis business starting out, including the cost of the license, permit, things like that? I'm trying to get a handle on how much a new business is going to have up front once they get started.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I don't have the particulars of, startup costs to a business. I do know that Economic and Community Development did bring in March of 2021 that I mentioned earlier in terms of establishing the overlay map and what the cost would be. We established some relatively minor costs in terms of permits and application costs. Some cities chose to, charge a large amount for businesses to even apply for a license. We're not charging a large cost for that. We're charging basically what it costs staff time to review applications, Economic and Community Development to determine that the addresses within the mapping, the overlay map, that the particular applicant has access to and the right to use the parcel in the intended manner if they don't own it themselves. And then the police department reviewing what their plans are for security. So those are really the costs up front. The other costs that once a business, let's say, gets chosen through the lottery to become a cannabis dispensary in Daly City, will have to go through the normal permitting process of getting a business license. But there's nothing additional in terms of cost to any other business, except for the cost that's in front of you today, which is a tax specifically on a cannabis retail business in the city.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to see if you can come up with some kind of ballpark figure so I can factor into my analysis as to whether or not we should really be starting off low in taxing them, because I would like to know, is it 50,000, 100,000 that they're going to need up front, or is it more? I mean,
that sort of cost, I think, to me, the way you're describing that cost is really, how much is it going to cost to get the parcel into a place where it's going to become a retail cannabis business.
Mhm.
So you could have a parcel that might have had a similar use prior, so it'd be much easier to become, a retail cannabis location, and another parcel that they have to build out from scratch. So those costs are going to be very different among applicants. So those, I would not be able to guess what those are. That's sort of part of the application process for all those applicants is what is the cost to turn this parcel into an actual retail location.
Okay, got it. Okay, thanks for trying.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have, I mean, this is not the item right here, but it's related actually to this. I know that we've had an application process that is now open. Can someone share what the timeline of that is and if we've actually had any applicants? Because I know that's actually happening as I speak, and I don't exactly know when the deadline was, or but if someone can speak to that, I think that's also going to give us some sort of idea.
I think
I can sort of answer that. The application process closes October 1st. We've certainly had a lot of inquiries. I do know that there has been some submittals to the police department for live scan checks. And I do know that there are a couple appointments set to receive applications in person. but I don't know the addresses for those or anything like that. But there's definitely activity, and I suspect that later this week we'll be quite busy with applications.
Thank you. So has there been any submittals?
I don't think we've received a formal submittal yet, just indication that we will be getting some. So all signs point to us getting applications, but I think, you know, it's kind of like everything else, people submit on the deadline. And then depending, so again, there's the lottery system for zones if there's more than one application. So first we go through the applications to deem them essentially complete or having met the minimum criteria. And then if there's multiple applications within a zone, we would do a lottery process to select which one would be chosen for that zone. So at this point, we don't know if there's any competitive zones yet.
So if there's only one person that applies, they don't move into a lottery because there's no one else to compete with. Is that correct?
Correct. So then we would continue to vet their application and have them work with the police department on a security plan for a fine. It's sort of like a final approval, but then there's an interesting interaction between the city licensing and the state licensing. So it's sort of like a preliminary approval, but then it's contingent upon them getting the state license, but the state license requires our licensing. So there's that sort of interaction that happens there. But you're correct. If an eligibility zone only gets one applicant and they are qualified, they will get the license.
Okay, thank you. I saw Council Member Sylvester's hand raised earlier. Okay.
Yes, thank you. My question was answered in the last exchange just now, and I think that that's good. I had one other question and it kind of escapes me, but this is in regards to the lottery process. So if there's only one applicant, there's no lottery, and we do not know at this particular time who has applied because some folks may wait to the last minute. So I guess that answers my question. One other thought I had, if say there are two applicants for one particular zone, if one is selected, then could that applicant move to another zone or have that option? Or would that be part of the application? And once they pick an address, they're stuck with that. And my second question is, how soon will we know whether an applicant has been accepted and he or she can open up business, like December this year or next year? Thank you.
The way the code is written, a cannabis business can only submit one application per eligibility zone. And one of the necessary elements of an application is to have a site locked down. So you're not getting the license that's transferable to different locations. There needs to be some sort of commitment from the property owner and the business that will be the location. But one cannabis business could submit multiple applications, but they would have to be in different zones. And then, so the application process closes October 1st. I think it'll take, a few weeks, a month to kind of go through all the applications. It also depends on how many we get. The fewer we get, the quicker we can go. The more we have, the longer it will take. So not knowing how much we have, I think we've sort of carved out about a month to go through the application.
Thank you. Now, you made mention about one per zone. What if you have a owner who may own property in 2 or 3 different zones? I'm just putting that out there. How does that work?
So a property owner is allowed to commit their space, but only to one business per rentable space. So conceivably, if you have a shopping center, you could actually commit property to multiple cannabis operators, but it has to be a distinct leasable area. So you can't, if you have a shopping center and you have suite A, B, and C, you can't commit suite C to 3 different cannabis businesses, but you could commit suite A, suite B, and suite C. And then knowing that, you know, maybe one of them will get selected, but you won't, the lottery process won't allow you to get all 3 selected, obviously, because we're only picking one.
So my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there can only be one cannabis retailer in each zone, even if it's a shopping mall.
If you're the cannabis business, you could only apply for one business at one location in each eligible. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? I guess I have another question. Once we identify kind of what pathway we choose, are we locked in, or is there an opportunity to change this? And I guess I would direct that to Mr. Nevin.
There is an opportunity to change it, just as I mentioned with some other local jurisdictions. For example, I think the city of Berkeley had much higher tax rates when they started their program, and they lowered them some years later.
Okay, so we can do an assessment after.
And change it, sure.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay.
I motion, oh, sorry.
Go for it.
I
No,
want a motion
it's
to
fair.
approve, to adopt the resolution.
Don't we have to choose a scenario though?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry, it's late.
It's okay. No. I mean, which, what avenue, Vice Mayor, would you foresee? I
I
guess you,
motion to adopt scenario 1.
okay, I'll second that. I second that with a caveat of being able to reassess this after reassessing it after 1 year, not necessarily changing it, but being able to kind of see after 1 year a building, after 1 year a business has been established. So not necessarily from the what do you call it? If I can make a friendly amendment, Vice Mayor, in your motion to, with a caveat to assess it after 1 year a business has been in existence, so that we could.
Yes,
yeah.
I approve that caveat.
Okay. Thank you. So with that, may we have a roll call, please? Madam City
Mr.
Clerk.
Buenaventura. Oh, thank you. Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. Di Giovanni,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, would there be a point of discussion prior to taking the vote?
Oh, I can provide that. No hands were raised earlier. We did had ample discussion prior to the vote. We did. we had discussion up front. So if you have any other comments at this point, I will allow it, but we did have ample discussion. So I will allow it at this point if you have another comment. I did ask that earlier. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I don't recall calling for a discussion, or else I would have raised my hand. So anyway, I just want to let council know and the public know. It has always been, as per 2016, SB 64 was passed by the voters. The voters wanted this, and I support what the voters want. On the other side, I've always said it was not about the funds or the money that we are making on this. So I believe in businesses to begin and to thrive. And I think picking scenario number one is definitely a good start. And with that being said, my vote is aye. Thank you.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye. Thank you very much, everyone. We are now done with item number 11 on here. Now, I just want to thank everyone. We've had a long evening and we are almost there. So I appreciate everyone's patience. We are here for the long haul, but we're definitely almost at the end of the agenda. So at this time, are there any public appearances or oral communications?
In accordance with the Brown Act laws governing regular meetings, the City Council is not authorized to speak to or take action on any other items in this meeting. Members of the public who wish to comment may click the raise hand feature to raise their hand to speak. For those joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. It is important to note that staff will announce the name of the last person whose hand was raised upon calling for public comment, and that person will be the last verbal comment. If additional speakers queue up after the last called speaker, the mayor may continue to allow public comment if time allows. Otherwise, public comment may be emailed to cityclerk@dalycity.org to be added to the record and shared with the City Council. When you hear your name called, staff will send you a request to unmute your microphone and you may begin speaking. Each person will receive a maximum of 2 minutes to speak, and you may only speak once. When your 2 minutes have been reached, we ask that you wrap up your comments. Speakers not in compliance with the council's rules of decorum will be muted. I see one hand raised. This is a call-in user 3. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi.
Hi, we can hear you. Your 2 minutes is beginning.
I need to provide clarity about this. So I'm actually the public. So this is really, really important that I get this down. And the meeting invitation that I received tonight was for 6:45, and the meeting didn't start until 7:02. That's number one. Number two, Councilmember Sylvester made a comment on my public comment from September 13th. So I need to make sure I address those. So I need 4 minutes on this. Are we good with that?
Mayor,
Can somebody please confirm? Can somebody please confirm on this?
I will allow for 3 minutes.
I think 4 is in order, because basically from what I heard tonight was even more disturbing. Again, you're late for meetings. It was due to begin per the meeting invite at 6:45, and it was late again. Last time it was late a half hour. Okay. Secondly, Councilmember Sylvester apparently doesn't know anything about public speaking and public comment. Government Code Section 54953-3 states that a member of the public cannot be required to register his or her name as a condition of attendance of a meeting. The Supreme Court of the United States, of course, has recognized that there's a First Amendment right to speak anonymously. So what Councilmember Sylvester did this evening was a violation of the act. He cannot comment on my comments, as well as attempt to get them stricken from the record. So he needs to be terminated. Okay, that's number one. Number two, since I have 4 minutes now. A couple weeks ago, all of you were told to put through your resignations. And at the moment, I do understand that no one's put those through. So I need to terminate all of you this evening. All of you need to be terminated from your positions for various reasons. And since I really only have 3 minutes, according to whoever it is, Mayor, I'm just going to go through it real fast. Very, very important. You really got to understand this. You really got to get this down. Mr. Sylvester, Councilmember Sylvester, what you said this tonight was again more disturbing. The comments made towards a white council member, councilwoman, the way she perceived those comments to be was to be racist. Okay, it wasn't so much as my comments, and I perceived it to be racist as well, but her perception of those comments were racist. And I don't think the city of Daly City should have council members on council that are racist. Okay. Also, if you take a look, and I'm trying to help you out here, if you take a look at the auditor that did the audit of the police department in December of 2020, those police officers do not know the law, just like yourself, Mr. Sylvester. You do not know the law. The First Amendment gives the individual public to video anywhere they wish to go. And to be surrounded by 4 police officers, Sergeant Hussein kept interrupting them. Sergeant Hussein didn't know the law. Officer Perez obviously is a tyrant. It's harassment. Okay, you guys really need to get this down. This is a police state. This is why the younger members of the community will not come forward. They're scared. I need to speak for them. People come to City Hall to do business, to talk to you. We're not going to hurt you. We're not going to fight with you. We want to get answers about Mr. Allen's death. The police approached, the police made contact, okay? You got to understand this, man. This is really important.
Your 3 minutes have been reached.
No, I think I deserve more. I think I deserve more because you really need to get this down because we're going to keep coming. We're going to keep coming. But this is a violation. And make sure that my comments from September 13th are not stricken from the record. I'll look into the Brown Act.
Thank you very much. Are there any other hands raised for public comment this evening?
There are no other hands.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, are there any appointments for boards or commission memberships from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor, it's not an appointment, but I just wanted to announce that Jack Pastor sent an email to Denise Brown and myself that as of his last meeting with Recreation will be in October, the end of October of this year, and then beginning November 1st, whatever meeting that is, then I'll have someone else to appoint. He's just gonna simply retire because that'll be the end of his term, so he can spend more time with his family.
Okay, so you don't have any board membership or committee appointments at this time, but
No, I just wanted to announce that so you guys will know what's going on.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
for my colleagues.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you,
that.
Mayor.
And so now moving on to council committees. In regards to council committees, I do have a report on Bosca. Let me pull that up one moment. The Bay Area Water Conservation Agency update. And so I attended the meeting on the the 19th of 16th. So on September 16th, I attended the Bosco board that is regularly scheduled as via teleconference. We adopted the consent calendar, which included the approval of the minutes for July 15, 2021, and also receiving the budget status report as of June 30, 2021. Also approving the reimbursement report of June 30, 2021, and establishing a debt management policy and authorizing an increase in the contract with Mattis Water Management and extension of the completion date for the 2021 demand study update. In regards to the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission report, as of September 13, as far as the water enterprise and supply conditions, the RWS is at 68.5% of the total system storage, which is below normal for this time of year. We are in a statewide drought with precipitation in the Tuolumne River watershed in the Bay Area well below historical averages. The governor has asked for 15% voluntary water use reduction compared to 2020 water use levels. In addition, in July, the State Water Resources Control Board issued a notice of water unavailability applicable to the SFPUC for its points of diversion in the Tuolumne River watershed. Also, the SFPUC will be closely monitoring precipitation and water use in the coming months and preparing to take further action if necessary. Also, there was an authorization of BOSCA's issuance of refunding revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $180 million, including authorization of the forms and directing the execution of related documents. The board approved 2 actions needed to continue proceeding with BOSCA's potential bond refunding. Also, the second action was the authorization to the CEO, general manager, and executing these financing documents in substantially the form approved and the subject to the satisfaction and of specific criteria, including net present value savings of not less than 20 million over the term of the bonds, the principal amount of the refunding bonds that does not exceed 180 million. As far as the reports on water supply update, BOSCA June 2020 total potable water use is 3.2% less than June 2020 and 19% less than June 2013 with the total potable water use. BOSCA is a member agency that continues to support the Bay Delta plan objectives. They are committed to working with other stakeholders to protect water quality in the Bay Delta for humans, fish, and wildlife. And action items that followed our closed session that evening. Per legal counsel, the board evaluated the CEO in closed session and determined that her overall performance is outstanding. And the board approved an amendment to agree to provide a 5% increase to her base salary. BOSCA's next board meeting will be held on November 18, 2021. Thank you. That was a lot. Okay. Are there any other committee, council committee meetings? Vice Mayor Das Magwal.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the PC retreat and meeting this past week on the weekend at September 25th, 2021 from 9 a.m. to almost 2 o'clock. It was a long retreat and agenda, but with that, we had business in mind. So Peninsula Clean Energy, they approved a resolution to execute a power purchase and sale agreement for renewable supply with Chaparral Solar LLC. And then when that business was concluded, we also took a deep dive in terms of the strategic plan that they've had. So they did the first annual strategic plan update, and one of their goals is to have the goal to be 100% greenhouse gas by 2045. But there was also reports and call for by the Citizen Action Committee of PCE to see if they could drop it down a decade earlier because of what's going on today and related to what you were talking about in terms of drought. To be 100% GHG free by 2035. I was impressed with a lot of the presentations by the staff of Peninsula Clean Energy. They looked at all the programs, fiscal health, and also changing their view of looking at going from an annual approach of looking at how they're achieving their goals to a 24/7 approach in terms of looking at emissions and how energy is used throughout the day and which time of the month. And if they could use that more simplified and that more pinpointed data set, then they can realize what type of renewable energy sources or clean energy sources that they can utilize and target to supplement energy during those days. And I think, what else is there? And then they all talked about upcoming priorities for 2022, and they want to negotiate contracts to achieve lowest cost of power, maintain cost of power below budget, refine risk policy, execute contracts from RFO shortlist, refine 100%, model and develop procurement strategy, launch 2021 renewable energy and storage, execute contracts from long duration storage, in collaboration with other CC Power and Firm Clean Resources. I also had a meeting today. I'm also part of their diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion committee to hire on a consultant, and we're getting close to the finish line. And I think that by hiring or with the hopes of getting a consultant, we were able to look how we can provide equity in terms of all the policies, hiring practices, and looking with the, and most importantly, looking at the communities in our county that are deeply affected and that need access to clean energy. That's my report.
Now I don't feel too bad. That was pretty much. Thank you on your service on the Peninsula Clean Energy and being participatory in that diversity committee and also joining the retreat. Council Member DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make mine short and you guys had the long ones, and then I'll go into the bills the next time. Yeah, I'm on the SFO Legislative Committee, and happily, it's been great news. Congresswoman Jackie Spear, I'm on the committee with her and her Miss Wentworth from her office, and Congresswoman was able to introduce 8 bills for the first time in a long time with the community in mind for the noise and the roundtables problems that we've been having with the SFO airport. So it's good news, and we're not sure how long it'll go, but at the next time, at the next meeting, to keep this short for the brevity, I'll go over the bills themselves. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we're moving on to City Council reports. I want to say that it was the first in conference event attending the League of Cities, or now rebranded as Cal Cities, last week. And so that was really inspiring to hear. I heard a speaker that was really inspirational, and also great to see fellow council members around the state I am humbled to share that I was elected as the first vice president of the Cal Cities API caucus. And also, thank you, Vice Mayor. It was, really great to see people in person, even though, it's social distance and everything, to tried our best. But it was well organized. I think that even just feeling that it was a lot of space for the amount of people. I was talking to Vice Mayor Dasmag Bawal how it felt like they really had the airflow in the vicinity because you can feel it. And so that gave like a sense of like, okay, that they're recirculating, that making sure the air is recirculating. Also last Saturday, I was able to attend, and this was on the 18th, not the previous Saturday, the celebration memorial of Tyrese Knox, who was a Daly City resident and also one of the Jefferson High School athletic stars, and was considered a legend in his high school days, and his nickname was a great one. Also attended the SF Lions Club at Gillard Park. Although they're called the SF Lions Club, it was with Father Leonard Oakes. Many of them state that their work is towards also serving Daly City, and they like to create flu and vaccine clinics in the future. Also, with Supervisor David Canepa, honored a resident in Daly City who was raised in Daly City. That is a small business owner and his name is Derek Pexon of Black and Gold Lounge right there on Mission, on his commendation for his community service, giving free haircuts to kids in need, and also providing his assistance in teaching others in, I think, the barber school. But also just continuing to give back and seeing someone who was raised in Daly City, survive over how many years being there, and then also be able to withstand COVID, right? As far as a business owner. And so that was a mini reunion with many of folks that went to Jefferson High School. And lastly, on that day, well, no, there's two more on that day. There was a car show by our firefighters who really, I just want to say thank you to them that go beyond their duties. And I know it was just an idea to have a car show over there at Ceremony, but it really is a testament to them being able to work with community always. And it was something, even though many of them actually were fighting the fires and had to help out, they still showed up and just supported one another. And then lastly, I went to the 20th anniversary of APAPA, Asian Pacific American Public Affairs, on their anniversary of 20 years as a national organization, being able to empower the API community. So that was on the 18th. And what else is there that I missed? I'm trying to remember everything really late in the evening, but I think that was last weekend. I remember all of that. And if I miss anything today, I will report it out Oh, something very important, sorry. I do want to say thank you to, the staff and City Manager Maltby for being able to address this right away. You know, as a woman council member and having had 2 children in the past 2.5 years, you know, I think it's always important to be able to have workplaces and public arenas that really highlight like equitable spaces as women in regards to a lactation room. And so we now have a lactation room at City Hall. And this is not only for, you know, council members or whatnot. This is actually for the public once we open up. So if they need, you know, to pump or bring their, you know, if they want a space with their child, there is actually a location now at City Hall on the same level of the city manager and city council office. And I mean, and also where they will be provided a place to put their storage. And this really is around ensuring, even if we have workers or people visiting, that this accessible option for them is within the City Hall. We call our city the People's City Hall. Then, you know, we need to make sure that we have these access points for our community members. And so that's something I wanted to share with everyone. I know it's really late, but I didn't want to forget that. And you'll notice that when you're around the rotunda. So thank you very much. I see Dr. Das Magwal and then Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Actually, Councilmember DiGiovanni, if you want to go first, go ahead.
Okay.
So just to provide a little bit more information on Cal Cities, or formerly known as League of California Cities. It was when was it? September 22 through 24th, and I was pretty inspired and by the 2 guest speakers that were that blessed the stage for all the local officials that attended. I think there was a clear purpose in terms of looking at how COVID-19 not only just affected our communities, but affected the well-being of local electeds and how can we be more resilient. So one of the speakers was Bonnie St. John, a Paralympic ski medalist, Fortune 500 business consultant, Rhodes Scholar, and former White House official, and a best-selling author. And one of the things that she provided was frameworks of like micro adjustments. How can you be more resilient? How can you be more purposeful? How can you kind of like, I guess, heal from the processes of what's going on in the community, being the best leader you can? And she mentioned 5 frameworks. One is refocus your brain, reset your primitive alarms, reframe your attitude, refresh your body, and renew your spirit. Another guest speaker was Richard Montañez. And if you don't know who he is, he's the one that invented hot Cheetos. He has a beautiful story. If you ever have a chance, search him up on the internet. And he, in discovering hot Cheetos from regular Cheetos and his story from being a janitor to being an executive, he revolved around many themes, but one theme that really stood out to me was his idea of revelation to revolution. And when he talked about revelation, he said, bring in ideas that no one else sees. And he also goes on to say, some revelations are something that's always there, but it must be revealed. And it was pretty powerful in terms of talking about that. And he's talking about how, you know, he came from a low-income community, or what he proclaimed as the hood, and the hood represented ingenuity, innovation that corporate America always tries to search for, is that type of ingenuity. And he was able to use those, what he knew in terms of like mixing elote ingredients, or his wife, and making hot Cheetos. I also attended another a workshop called Human-Centered Design, and it was a design on deep understanding from who you are serving. So looking at like communities or innovations, or what can we do to provide services to our constituents or community, is looking at it through a humanistic framework. And I also got to witness Mayor Manalo get elected for the vice president of the API caucus. So that's that. I have a second city council report, or I think that I've been getting a lot of conversations with many board members, not board members, but like commission members, and they were just talking about how our implicit bias trainings need to be reconsidered. It's more than just a test. It's more than just a check mark. I think that if we're going through an implicit bias education process, it's more than just taking a test and doing a survey. Some examples that I've heard in the past, and I was able to start dialogues with in the past, has been like how the library had their own internal way of doing their implicit bias training through discussion, dialogue, and having these deep conversations. And as a person that has been practicing ethnic studies, talking about race and racism professionally for over 2 decades, I think that's something that we need to discuss, because we've been using a lot of words out in our council meetings, but they're being used in the wrong way, and they're being miscommunicated. And I think that when we talk about race and racism, it's beyond skin color. It's related to the power, right? And to put my educator's hat on, when we talk about race or racism, it talks about the 4 eyes of oppression in terms of how did we ideologically get there? What is the idea? How does it get reinforced institutionally? How does it get spread interpersonally? And how does it affect people internally, right? So when we talk about oppression or racism or implicit bias, it's really related to the idea. And if you look at the root word of ideology, it's the idea of white supremacy. So you do not have to be white to be racist. You know, we have this idea of colorblind racism. You could put blinders all you want, but racism is occurring every day, all day. And this idea of understanding what BIPOC means, it's not the top of the food chain. It means that you are a person that is affected by systematic structural oppression that's reproduced generationally through narratives, through stereotypes. So when we look at comments that I utilized a couple of weeks ago, it was taken out of context. You know, so there has been a narrative of Filipino American politicians or organizations of my parents' generations that are seen as like Filipino American groups or politicians as corrupt in the news, and it's always been demonized in a way. And you know, when we talk about white supremacy, white privilege, or white advantage, when there's symbolisms of a person that's demonizing certain organizations and flashing logos of organizations that are doing good work on the ground and not sticking to what's on the table, that's implicit bias. Okay, so I want everybody to be educated about what this really means. You may not think that what people were doing was racist, but what you were doing was racist. The idea of implicit bias is to understand that there is that when a person does that for a long time, there's a lot of power in terms of, you know, race and racism. When a person can put up and demonize people or have far-fetching and far-reaching accusations of conflict of interest when the task and idea, the goal at hand was to just look at a lease agreement for an organization. And if it was something that, and I think what upsets me is if because of anti-Asian violence that's happening, we need people to step up. And I think the mayor stepped up. And going back to the implicit bias training, it's more than a test. It's more than a check mark. We need to have these deep soul searching conversations and language to fully articulate what race and racism is. It's not just how you look like, but the structures, the narratives that get reproduced generation after generation. And I feel like what happened with anti-Asian violence, and we were trying to break that. We're trying to break that narrative of looking at Filipino-American politicians or organizations as folks that are not trying to be corrupt. They're not trying to fundraise for their own for their own selves, but it was a community effort. So with that, I really want to have the staff to really rethink about how we do implicit bias training in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Das Magwal, for that city council report and your suggestions on the implicit bias training. I know that was the first step, but I think, we could always progress and do better. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to piggyback real quick on what you were saying about the charity, excuse me, it's getting late, car show, that they raised a lot of money because it was for charity. So people know that when with our families in needs, the firefighters actually use those funds 100% for our community. Secondly, because it's late, I was going to say one thing and one thing only, and it's very respectful. Rada wasn't vilifying the implicit bias, using that word. It was about all the groups working together. Our city was shut down for COVID. No one was able to rent anything in our city on May 23rd. If you were a resident calling, you were told that nothing, we were shut down. That is the only thing. It was not the organizations. It was not the anti-Asian hate. It was like, it could have been done. I get it. You want to take action. Be a guest speaker. My thing is just creating the organizations, raising the money, and using the city resources when no one else was allowed to rent on that day as a resident. We were completely shut down in the middle of a surge. But anyway, we would be good to have open conversations. And I agree with that, but let's be careful about what they say, because my background with, I did a lot of that with the culture. We all have a culture. Yeah, we all have a culture, so we can continue those conversations. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna say. And that was what it's about. Certainly not anything to do with the great organizations, other than we are not supposed to use our own. That's all, as elected officials. But I'll leave it at that, because we just want to promote more love. But thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
On that note, I'd like to say that it was a collective effort, and I'm going to say it again. And it was utilizing a space. And it was, I don't think you attended, but if you were,
I didn't even know anything about it.
It was an opportunity for people to gather together and get resources. And the Asian American community, the API community was distraught. It was an opportunity to unite together, work together, and utilize that space. It was done through a process where it was through an organization, and the city, provided the space. And it was through a nonprofit organization. It was a collective effort. And I'm not going to repeat myself over again because I'm not, because the point of the matter was it was for the community. And you keep vilifying me, Miss Pamela DiGiovanni, in that regard. And I will no longer take that from you.
I'm not vilifying you. You are the elected official that had your name on the organization to raise funds. That's what I was showing. You were raising funds for scholarships for the martial arts, hence the conflict of interest. Not the point of being that neither that person was a bad person either. I made it clear. So let's make sure we get that straight. And the words implicit bias was about the organizations working together and nothing to do with racism. And then Rod inferred tonight again about me being something to do with racist, but I'll have to go back. It's too tired. Got to relax and then give the floor to Councilmember Sylvester. And the staff needs to go home. They've been very patient. And the city manager. Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester.
All right, thank you. My rose my hand up also to get the floor, but also it represents, it's symbolic. And I wanted to comment to you, Dr. Rod. That took a lot and from you to bring about your thoughts and your concerns and, providing definitions as, I respect you as an educator and what you do for the community. I think what I got from you was that we need to understand each other even more so. And I got that. And I appreciate you for reiterating that and for bringing that out. I think that's very, very important. However, we as a council, we look at the lens of what people see us doing. And what I always want to be sure that every decision that I make, that it passes the SWAN test, basically means sleep well at night. So that I can go to bed knowing, you know what, I feel I made the right decision. There's different types of narratives that exist in this world, and it's based upon interpretation. And it's similar to the Bible. The Bible is based upon the interpretation as to what the word that you're trying to convey. And I think that that's the problem that we have nowadays. Folks have different interpretations, and sometimes it takes folks to come together and say, well, what does this mean to you? How did you interpret that? And we need to have that discussion. All of us need to have that discussion. So I think by what you did this evening and bringing this matter up and providing your thoughts, I think that's a beginning. That's definitely a beginning, and it's very much appreciated because we all come from different walks of life. And until you've walked in the shoes of someone else, you should never, ever pass judgment. As I said in an adjourned in memory, we all have numbers on our backs, but only God can see those numbers. So that's my interpretation. And, but I think this is a good start. And again, I rose my hand to say high five to you, Dr. Rod, because you've definitely brought the point across. So I just hope moving forward that we can come together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other city council reports at this time? Is that a continued hand raise, Council Member Sylvester, or do you have a city council report for the evening? Oh,
Thank you. I apologize. Thank you.
okay, thank you very much. So now we are moving on to any staff reports. Ms. Maltby.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor, not tonight.
Okay, no staff reports this evening. And we are now moving on to adjourning in our council meeting in memory. And at this point, I would give the floor to my colleague, Vice Mayor Das Magbual.
Thank you, Mayor. I gotta say, this is probably one of the toughest stretches of losing so many of my friends and family members in the course of like 3 weeks. And I like to adjourn in memory for my uncle, kind of like a second parent to me. His name is Jomer Apostle Dagdagan, and I'll go ahead and read his obituary. On September 19, 2021, an affectionate and loving son, husband, father, cousin, and soon-to-be grandfather, Jomer Apostle Dagdagan passed away at the age of 68 in Pomona, California. He was born and raised in Barrio Ilocos Norte on February 24th, 1953, to Alfredo and Placida Dagdagan. Jomer became an accountant where he practiced in the Philippines from the mid-1970s to the early 80s, and from the early to mid-90s in Libya. As part of the chain migration of Filipinos to America with his wife, Gloria, they joined her family in Long Beach, California in 1985. A year later, they had their first child, Ida Faye, and a few years later, their second child, Althea Ann. Jomer encompassed an entrepreneurial spirit where he worked as an insurance agent for Farmers Insurance, participated in the real estate industry, co-owned a Filipino's grocery store, served as a vendor selling everything from toys to fashion, was involved in the green economy in the early 1990s, and became a successful day trader and investor, and most importantly, a father who loved and supported his family. He served and sacrificed for his family by taking care of all the household duties, of preparing meals, repairs around the house, laundry, and driving them everywhere they needed to be. He enjoyed playing Sudoku, gardening, woodcrafting, and making furniture for the house garden, watching sports, especially golf, but especially watching his favorite basketball team, the Los Angeles Lakers. He loved spending time with his dogs while day trading as well. Loved so much by his family, he is survived by his wife, Gloria La Cuesta Rania Dagdagan, his daughter, Ida Faye Dagdagan, and partner, Richard Razo, and his daughter, Althea Ann Dagdagan. He will eternally live through his grandchild, Gabriel Dagdagan Razo, who is expected to enter the world in October of 2021. Jomer is also survived by his siblings, Teresita Dagdagan Satarino, Marcy Dagdagan Pacmo, Jovencillo Dagdagan, and many relatives who will dearly miss him. Love you, Uncle Jomer. Thank you for being in my life and supporting everything that I did. Even if we had conflicting political points, it's always family and I love you. The second adjournment in memory is for my wife's grandmother, Dr. Arlene Das Magbual, who was the former chair for the Arts and Culture Commission, and also currently serves as a commissioner on that board. And this is in loving memory of her grandmother, Marcelina Saad Daos. She was born August 28th, 1927, and transitioned in September 25th, 2021. Marcelina Saad Daos was born on August 28, 1927 in Bilad, Kamaling Tarlac in the Philippines, to Pedro Solis Saad and Ingrasa Pichay Saad. As a young woman, she had a strong interest and talent in fashion, where she sewed, embroidered, and designed dresses. In April 1946, she became Miss Bilad at the annual Barrio Fiesta. In 1948, she married Cornelia Das Sr., a U.S. Army soldier who fought during World War II in the Philippines to fight against Japanese occupation. Their love for one another blessed them with 6 children: Virginia, Jimmy, Cornelius Jr., Lenita, Vic Philomar, and Robert. In 1955, she became a member of the Crusaders of the Divine Church of Christ. She dedicated her life to supporting and sustaining the church as a former member of the board of directors and was crowned Mrs. Crusaders in 2003. In 1970, she joined her husband Cornelius in Long Beach, California, and returned to the Philippines in 1973. During the 1970s and 80s, their children slowly immigrated and settled in Long Beach. In the early 1980s, Cornelius retired and returned to the Philippines, where he passed in 1983. Marcelina rejoined her children and their families in 1986, where she went on to raise all of her grandchildren. Known as Apong Siling, between 1986 and 2012, she dedicated her time and love to her children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren in Southern and Northern California. Her love language included kissing us on both sides of the cheeks, whipping up her delicious buttery fried rice with eggs, and reminding us to always wear our sweaters and to drive safely. Apong Siling always advised us to study hard, finish our careers, get married, and live a long, happy life. In 2012, Apong Siling decided to return to Kamaling Tarlac to live out the rest of her life. Apong Siling was my wife's family's matriarch, and her leadership for the family was unmatched. She was a seamstress and a hilot, meaning a healer. Her hands were often calloused by sewing the clothes of her grandchildren and messaging them with their own coconut oil when they became ill. She prayed every morning, noon, and night, often beginning her prayers with the names of everyone in her family. She would pray for the well-being, our safety, our protection, and for us to always love one another. She was fiery, feisty, and hardworking. She was known for her storytelling that would paint pictures of the past, the present, and future. At 94 years old, Apong Siling transitioned, rejoining her parents, Pedro and Ingracia, her husband, Cornelius Das Sr., and her youngest son, Robert, on September 25th, 2021, in Kamaling Tarlac. Loved and adored so much by her family, Marcelina is survived by her children, Virginia and Moreno, Jimmy and Nancy, Cornelius Jr. and Patricia, Nanita, Vic Philomar, and Eduardo and Dinah. Her grandchildren, Froylin and Joanna, Alan, Arlene, and Roderick, Julie Ann, and Mike, Mary Lou, Roger, Michelle, Michael, Mark, Kenneth, Christopher, and Janelle, Karen, Lauren, and Janelle. Her great-grandchildren, Jalen, Amiana, Malaya, Malani, Rason, Malia, and Rowan, and many relatives who will miss her dearly. Apong, thank you for accepting me to your family. And I remember the last time I spoke to her, and she always told me, take care of your family, take care of Arlene, take care of your kids. And I will definitely do that on my word. Thank you, Apong.
Condolences to your family, Vice Mayor Das Magwal, and in their memory, may we all have a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. Take care and
You too. Good night.